shot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the kickoff day of the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We're into day one of the tournament, which means Group A is about to get started, and all the action is about to take place live in front of your very eyes. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by my co-commentator, Dwayne, who'll be talking you through all of the action today. Have you slept well last night, my man? Because I can tell you, I definitely didn't.
Always, mate. When I know that we're getting into Group A, I always sleep well because we've got some banging teams, we've got some new teams, we've got some experienced teams, and I suppose you could say we've got some development teams as well, Jay.
That's the thing, it's like, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. That's the problem, you know? It's one of those like little kid things. You know, I never really grew up in that sense. But yes, as you mentioned, a lot of exciting stuff to come down over the course of the next week or so, with Group A kicking off today and concluding with Group D a little bit later on next weekend. A lot of action to get through, Dwayne, and it's going to be, I think, a really fun time at this stage, given the fact that, you know, there's a lot of, as you mentioned, development sides, a lot of like well-established rosters, and some teams that were competing in the first season as well, returning to make their run here at Season 2. But to focus on Group A more specifically, obviously, that is going to be our main concern for today's action. We will be taking a look at the bracket to see exactly how things are going to play out. For those of you that might not be too familiar with the format of this tournament, group stage is double Elim GSL with opening best of ones and best of threes through the elimination, decider, and winners matches. So we've got Saw versus Young Ninjas coming up first, and Nemiga versus TPT up second over the course of the day. So, Dwayne, let's start by talking about Saw versus Young Ninjas here.
Yeah, look, I mean, cracking off with Saw to start off, they're a team that have, at least the players, have been around for a very, very long time. I think this is probably one of the strongest Portuguese lineups we've probably seen in about 4 or 5 years. We really haven't seen any sort of Portuguese teams really crack the top echelons of Counter-Strike. And as of recently, they're getting involved in the Dream Hacks. They're putting up some really decent results. They're getting towards the top end of the table in MDL and Premier. So for Saw going into this, I don't think it should be much of a challenge, not just looking at this best of one in particular against Young Ninjas, but they're a favorite to not only go out of this group, but to go far because they went very far in the first season.
Yeah, you could argue that there are two definitive favourites here in Group A in Saw and Nemiga, so we'll get to see whether or not they'll be able to hold their own here. But just to zone in a bit more on towards this this Saw versus Young Ninjas match, obviously best of one format, so there are some caveats apply, and Young Ninjas will definitely be up for a task and a hell of a result if they can pull off said task. But this team are not playing with their full lineup today. Obviously, there have been some call-ups for the main Ninjas in Pyjamas side, obviously with the Young Ninjas being this this academy team to the main organisation, and well, they've lost one of their big guys. You know, I mean, to his credit, he performed in one of the top end matches of the year so far against Astralis, where NIP took them down. But obviously, for the Young Ninjas side, that is a bit of a devastating blow.
Look, it is. It really is. I think 2021 may be the era of academy teams, right? We're seeing some big name organizations getting involved in academy teams. We've got Astralis, NaVi, Big, Endpoint are starting to get one forward. I know that Virtus.pro have one, FURIA have one, and it's always great to see a player getting picked up, but then at the same time, you almost feel for the academy team. The in-game leader is not going to be playing with them today, and Alex is going to be standing in. It's going to be a tough one for Young Ninjas. They haven't been able to put up a lot of great results recently. They've won 3 out of their past 10 best of 3s. They're starting to get some experience in Tier 2, playing some relatively big names, but the results haven't quite followed. And when I see them here today in a very tough group against some strong teams like Sora and Nemiga, playing without an in-game leader, it's a big step back for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's one of the reasons why I don't rate them to go too far here in this in this group, unfortunately. You know, just losing a player like ZTR is such a huge blow to them. But at the same time, you know, like maybe it's not really their aim to get out of groups. Maybe it's just their aim to really impress. And for an academy side, that really is the ultimate sort of thing, you know, to be able to impress, to get that call up into the main NIP sort of a roster for them. So, you know, again, as I mentioned, even if it's a best of 1 victory, a victory against Saw would start to shine through for these players. But looking at that, Vetoes will be playing on Inferno for this one. Obviously, you can see how the Vetoes have played out on your screens. Dwayne, I want to ask you about this map. How do you feel like it's played out in terms of the map picks and bans?
Yeah, look, I think both teams are going to be happy with Inferno. One of the things that we often see in best of 1 contexts is maybe you get a map through that's like decent for both teams, or it's a bit awkward for both teams. They don't really play it. But Saw play Inferno a lot. They've got a decent win rate on it. Young Ninjas have actually got some decent results too out on this map. It's probably one of their strongest when you think about sort of the win to loss ratio. Getting a couple of victories over Estray, even Sangul is a big victory there in the Snow Sweet Snow event. So I think for Young Ninjas, they'll be happy to bring Inferno forward. The problem is, I don't think you can be relatively happy in any map in this veto because you're facing such strong competition. So you might be happy that Inferno comes through, but also a little bit awkward because it's still Saw.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like in the last 3 months, I don't remember a single sort of major team quite like the level of Saw I think the Young Ninjas have ever taken on, and that's sort of like the main premise of the problem here is the fact that they've just got such a ridiculous squad to face against. And yeah, they've got a pretty good map for them. It is a best of 1, so I'll give them credit for a bit of an upset. But in terms of predictions, in terms of the odds as well from Paramatch, you can see them on screen. I don't think anyone's coming into this match thinking Young Ninjas are definitely going to have a chance to win against the Saw side, or at least not a reasonable chance, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you there. And look, I think this is a perfect opportunity for Saw to absolutely batter their opposition. You know, obviously we do like to see close games, but for Saw, this has got to be them cruising through the group stage. We saw them go down to K23 in the semi-finals. That lineup ended up winning the entire event in Season 1. This could be the great start that Saw need to get some convincing results under their belt, get into that upper bracket best of 3, and just go, right, okay, we can relax a little bit. We've made it out of groups. Now let's focus on to the playoffs. But again, best of 1 context is there is opportunities for upset, Jay, but I don't think this is quite the best of 1 that has a big opportunity.
Yeah, no, I mean, even if it was TPT in this position, I would have said that it would have been, you know, probably going to be a Saw victory. You know, Saw the team that I think are going to make it through 2-0 in this group stage. You know, like no matter who they're going to face, even against Nemiga, you know, like this is that just really shows like the level this team has risen to, and from players that you wouldn't even have expected to rise to this level either. You know, Saw are mostly comprised of a lot of older guys, veterans, X1.6 players. You know, when you think about who these guys are, like nobody would have really rated this core to have done something major, but bringing in that new blood of Dodo and Just really it's been a slow burner, I'll give them that, but you know it has worked out in the end for them because this team, they're looking at the best in show today.
Well, you talk about the experience factor. The youngest player on Young Ninjas is 16. The youngest player on Saw is 24. And most of the guys are getting on towards 30. So they've been around for a really long time. They know the highs and lows that they've faced. They know what they need to adjust going into a competition like this. And you've just got to look at some of the stars. I mean, certainly Stadodo's probably had some of the biggest stretch, I think, of performance that we've seen in his entire career. The main AWP for this side. Sometimes Arky picks it up here or there. But for me, it comes down to the in-game leader of Muteris. Him reading the game, he's really stepped up, and results are coming forward for them. So for Saw, I think coming into Inferno, they should look very, very dominant.
Well, one last thing I want to talk about before we get into the pistol round is the new player for the Young Ninjas side. Alex is standing in today. What do we rate this player as? He's, again, pretty young. He's Swedish. He's played on a couple of teams that we're semi-familiar with. But in the context of this lineup, is he going to be a defining element, or is this going to be another limp through the map here?
I'm a little bit surprised that they went for Alex. Like, he was a relatively up-and-coming name in 2018 when he was playing sort of with Fnatic Academy and Fierce, but I haven't heard a lot from him in a while now. He's not playing many officials on HLTV. So, look, this could be the element of surprise. This could be the guy to step up, really consistent rifler back in his day. I mean, you say back in his day, he's only 19, but again, we haven't seen a lot from him in the last sort of 6 or 12 months. This could be his opportunity to, really start to shine. Yeah, he's only a stand-in, but there could certainly be eyes on this matchup and him in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the main reason of the fact that, he's going to be the new player, there will be a natural sort of like, just natural attention drawn towards his name. So, again, a moment for them to try and shine here, seeing if we could get a permanent spot on the Young Ninjas now that that's a position is opened up.
Yeah, maybe.
But let's take a look at how well they'll do for the pistol round again. Best of one matchup against Saw. Young Ninjas will be on the CT start, tanking nades to the face already for Manin. As Saw get towards the default, playing up towards Banana initially, not committing that bomb in just yet though.
There's a crazy amount of utility here for the Source side. We saw the HE come up on towards Madden, force him back towards the site, take a little bit of early damage, but you then got Stododo, Arky, Muteris, all with util sets. I think this could be a little bit fakey in this kind of a pistol round. Maybe try and get a bit of a lean out towards that A side, see if they can pull some rotations over. Mono Smoke going down, still a lot towards Banana, but it looks like Saw want to at least attempt to take some brackets control.
And we're all faced forward, and Sapek's is going to get forced away from position. It seems like a very staggered sort of push-up. Saw peeking in and peeking right back out, evading any sort of lost potential in terms of map control and kills. But still, they lose the opener out here towards the long control. Sapek drawing first blood here for the CT side. They will lose Nilo, but Fizzy and Alex quick to trade it back. Alex comes up with a double, in fact, and Arky suddenly left alone towards his long position, wondering how it all went wrong. 1v3 for him. Does manage to isolate Manin, but cannot isolate the kill. So Young Ninjas get away with a pistol win.
Yeah, a couple of shaky crosshairs coming out from the Saw guys, really struggling with those long contacts. Young Ninjas really deliver on the side defensive. Not only do they have a gamble stack out towards that A site, but they're able to find the opening advantages. They cut the whole pressure off towards that long position, peak on each other's contact. Even the rotate in from Madden is able to do some damage. And Saw are forcing into this with Deagles, not looking to glock this round out to get the rifles going into the third. They want to try and force the issue immediately.
Incendiary is up as Sapek moves in to force the issue up here towards Banana. Burst through on him, takes down that one, unable to get a second. But damage has most certainly been done to the CT and T sides. The Dodo first to fall here, yet to start here in this map up. Sora on the force bite. Trusting they can do something here on this short position as well. Muteris up against Nilo. Back at quality, doesn't want to overextend from this position.
A little bit of early damage going down towards the CT side. Good swing comes out from Nilo, and then Fizzy gets involved too with the M4. This force buy is really not finding a lot of success at all from Saw. Not a single kill's come through just yet. They already see the pressure coming in towards the top of Banana, and this could be just a clean-up round. One kill goes the way of the T side, but Young Ninjas getting off to a really decent start on this CT side.
Yeah, 2-0. There's early doors, of course, pistol and conversion, probably follow up by an eco. So it can sort of be predictable in terms of the way that general Counter-Strike can work out. But yeah, nice start from the Ninja side. Saw not off on the right foots here for their T side start. M4 still in for Fizzy, which is going to get taken out early this time by the Deagles. So they have still got some upgrade pistols, actually. Slightly heavier investment than you would initially expect it. And overall, the CT is still forcing forward. Manin going to go down to Dodo. Very reckless from the Ninjas this time. Yeah,
these are just some over-aggressive peaks coming forward. And this isn't even a force buy. This is a very light eco. You got players even without Kevlar here. A couple of man advantage being found. One does get traded back. But if they lean over towards that B side, they're going to have to trade out with a single player. And that's only a deal. We did not see the buy coming forward from the B player, Sapek. Had the opportunity of buying down an SMG or a rifle, but where the money was, decides to just go for a pistol instead, and that could certainly hurt him in the long run.
Nice attempt to the nade on Nilo here towards this brackets position, but he does get away with the M4 in tow. T-side of Saw not allowed to take it just yet. Still at the man advantage, though, and still with an opportunity that presents itself. Again, these Deagles have been deadly so far in this round. They get themselves another good pick. It could gain them access to the A site. The other concern will be Nilo at this stage. And it will be Just that starts to lean forward first. Stododo coming out here towards the boiler position. Alex does get that one kill. Stododo with a trade back. M4 bursting through does get argued to a 2v2. But now the bomb needs to cross and get planted here. Good flash in. Molotov down at default, but the bomb makes its way towards backside. And it can get planted from here.
This is still very winnable for the CT side, especially now they have that information of Stododo. That's a good smoke, though. He either needs to push forward of it. Stododo's got the angle if that does come through. And Nilo's got a little bit of utility, but he needs more support from his teammate. And now Roman's alone on the side.
Tag up on Nilo, however. Sapek's going to be the main concern with the Deagle out. SMG caught looking the wrong way. And now Roman tips the tide back in the favor of Saw. Bomb plant towards the back corner. I think Roman can fight from this angle. Defuse kit in on Nilo. He's got to stick the whole thing, tapping it once. He's so low HP, but still gets the kill just by the skin of his teeth. Will also get the defuse. 3-0 for the Ninja side, but a very reckless round. And for an eco, I think Saw can be happy with what they did.
Yeah, they'll be very, very impressed there. 4 kills and a bomb plant. Can't beat that at all. Well, having a look at the odds over at Paramatch, Saw still are your favourites in this best-of-1 context, which is certainly understandable. A 1.55 up for the Portuguese. Make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Links down below. Click on the banner to get all the information. AWPs coming forward for both respected sides going into the first initial gun round.
Orbs out for both Ozzy and Stododo. Stododo being very passive about his position here towards the ramp position. I mean, the CTs aren't going to peek him at this moment, but Smoke's down, trying to force a rotation, and for the most part, it has been semi-successful. I mean, they haven't seen anything towards Bananas. They can go for the 4-1 split, but now that our Orb's fired off against Sapek, forced back to the back lines here, waiting for Bannon to come and join him. So standard 3-2 split with the bomb making its way up Banana here.
A very passive approach coming in towards this B play from the CT side of Young Ninjas, not looking to overextend and try and take Banana control away. They have had a little bit of a smoke up towards that brokeable position, which can allow them to retake that area of the map if they so desire. The Saw, though, are running out their default. Even though they gained the Banana control, they've opted against it, now looking to lean back in towards the A side.
Molotov's down. Ozzy still not getting an opportunity to get the pick. He's going to try force the issue against the Dodo, but losing that fight to the big green gun of the T side. And now flashes go out and over. They've got Alex suppressed here towards Pit. All T side players going to make their way out. Second player also at mini Pit might be a bit of a concern. Nilo's waiting, but the bomb plant can come in safe. As Alex goes down, they might not be suspecting a mini Pit player. Mutra is going to get man in, so now they can try and strike. Nilo is detected and is dealt with. So it's all left to Sapek here just to hold on to the M4 back at the B site, 1v4, and a much better execution from Saw. It was a bit difficult to get going in the early few rounds, but the rifles come out and the T side start to flourish.
Yeah, Saw really had a great engagement towards that A site. Not only did they find that opening pick, but they were just able to siphon off the Pit and mini Pit players and really crossfiring between one another. We saw the molly coming out towards that Pit position. Smoke goes down from Alex, and from there he's kind of stuck. He can't really fight because there's so much pressure coming forward, and it establishes that crossfire from being a thing. Saw find their first gun round, find their first round on the T side, and look at how convincing that is too. Yeah, maybe Stododo and Just do take a little bit of damage, but that's a gun round where all the rifles come forward. They only lose a single player.
Yeah, and contrast that to the Ninja side, who on the awkward eco rounds were losing 4 players.
Yeah. Look at the economy now. It's been real hit, and they're not even forced by going into round 5. This is a straight eco. If that eco round that you were just mentioning, Jay, would have gone slightly different and they had more players alive, they could have bought here. No worries whatsoever. Yeah,
I was going to mention that. Like, you know, like if that had gone a bit better, then there would have been another gun round coming through, but not to be. Ninjas only have Sapek here onto the sandbag position here at the Banana position. 3 players total on this defense, a lot of utility coming down, and Nade in particular tagging up those 2 players in the back corner. They won't see the USP here. It's going to be a bait and switch from the Young Ninja side. Try to see if they can take a trade back. And they'll see that one good thing on Just, actually. USP not doing too bad, but the AWP can respond towards it, knowing that he's crossed that Molotov. A bit awkward, but the smoke is baited, so they'll have the info. Saw can play off this. They're backed off a little bit.
Yeah, you need to try and save that M4. That's the big, I suppose, element in this round for Young Ninjas is play it like a Niko. Maybe try and see if you could do some damage, but if you can, keep the AK and play into the following rifle round. So running into a little bit of a stack here, but the M4 is still over at the B side.
More players total to be dealing with here. USPs could do some more damage than you might expect. They've been getting off a couple of good things. Just Arkies, the Dodo, Roman, they're all tagged lower than 50 points of health. But finally, the kills are coming in from the T side. Alex left alone here on the back of Mini Pit. Once again, the lone player to deal with, and Sapek, the lone player to save in a 1 versus 4. And this will be a second for the hands of Sora. A pretty decent eco cleanup. But again, you've got to take a look at those HP numbers and wonder, you know, how close Young Ninjas were to doing some significant damage.
Yeah, I think looking back at the demo, right, they'll probably be sort of, I don't know if you'd be happy with that or even a little bit disappointed that you didn't convert them into kills, because you're absolutely right. The USPs are able to do a significant amount of damage onto the majority of that T side, but didn't quite convert them into kills. And I'd like to see a little bit of a change up in terms of aggression. Young Ninjas have played really passive so far on the city side of Inferno. We haven't seen banana control really being taken, especially in these last couple of rounds. Maybe some aggression out towards the apartments, get like a triple stack in there. Because I almost feel like, especially when you're the underdog in a best-of-1 situation, you need to be playing unique. You need to try and catch your opposition off guard. And for Saw, they're now getting to a point where they're starting to build up their money. Young Ninjas have to get back in control.
Second rifle round coming out between Ninjas and Saw. I can do here with the early banana defaults. Once again, it's Zapek and Manen looking to focus fire and try and keep the T side suppressed, but they're not going to continue to hold the banana position. Just put that utility down and wait for them to take the control in the end. So flashes over, minimal map control gain. They've got that one player over at the apps area in Arky. And very little apartments control from Ninjas in general. I mean, they've got a lot of players stacked towards short. This, was it this quad stack, I think, coming in from several players? We've got player on boost, player in front, player behind. The Ninjas right now, they're definitely focused on like just keeping one area of the map suppressed, which in theory could actually provide all coverage towards the A side, but it does leave them with little retake potential.
And it means as well, look how slow those rotates will be coming out towards the B side, if that is the case. And 2 smokes down over towards B. This is just looking like it's going to be a set piece with that late lurk through second mid that hasn't seen any rotations as of yet. Buteris going straight in, but it's the opening kill towards the CT side.
Not quite ready for the positioning. A Sapek Manen, however, is dealt with. A Sapek, the fellow in the back side, and just swings nice and easy. This might already be a save call for the remaining Ninjas. And here in the apartments, Ark is going to hear him. This late lurk is going to do so much damage to the CT side. He'll wait and bait. They won't overextend, I don't think, but even so, this is going to be a third round for the Source side. It all just comes down to the specifics after the fact here. Alex swinging. Arky does lose his life for that one.
He must have heard at least a couple of players in the apartment, so there's an opportunity that Saw can go hunting. It depends whether they actually think it's necessary or not. But I tell you what, that site Xe was beautiful, just with a great path in. The second kill came in so quickly. And even that late lurk from Arky, although it didn't do damage, it told the rest of the teammates pretty much straight away it's an instant save, right? As soon as you Xe towards B and get a couple of kills, and then you hear 2 footsteps in the apartments, you know they're saving. You know they're not going to go for it. Roman going very late in to see if he could find any more damage, but not the case. 3 rounds in a row, we've now got a tied up scoreline.
And Orps AK is back in. M4's coming through for the Ninja side. That eco save call is going to bolster them for another decent force investment. It is going to be a force though, so only 4 rifles out. Manen having to suck it with the Deagle at this stage, and he's one of the 3 players back on the B side this time. A lot more focus towards Banana, which is interesting because for the most part, the T's are just baited in that utility and fallen back out of Banana. Waste the utility basis and give nothing over to the CT side as a result of it.
Yeah, Saw have hardly ever taken banana control early in the round. They've always retaken it later, but it has at least given them the opening chance to find that first pick, just being spammed down by the M4. A decent start coming through from the CT side. A little bit of apartments pressure coming through from the T's. The Young Ninjas even thinking about rotating a couple of players over from CT spawn, but they need to get a bit of a move on. And Saw have got the opportunity of just trying to pounce.
Backed up 4 players over towards this A site once again. That smoke in the apartment's also getting body blocked, so they're going to hear that. Knowing the info that there's a player just real close towards them. It's mostly going to come down to the execution set towards the brackets control players, though. And Sapek is waiting for someone to make their way out from long. They're suspecting it. The bomb's all the way up top mid, though, so it's going to take some time before the extra execution can come through. Despite that, Roman peeks in, gets shut down. Sapek swings and gets Muturis as well. So Dodo and Arki, last 2 players left on a very fast rotation back to the B side. At least that's what they think about it. Looking miscoordinated here for the Source side, going to reface back towards A.
There's no point saving. They've got so much money. At least just try and see if you can go into the site, get some more kills through, do some more damage. And maybe they are just backing off. Maybe they do want to save. And time is incredibly low. They're out of time. They have to save here now. Madden making some footsteps towards a boiler position. And Young Ninjas, that was some really nice contact play out from long. We saw that first swing coming through from Sapek to find the first kill. And it was almost like Muteris was waiting for the secondary swing to come out. But instead, the flash comes over the top from the A site. And certainly get involved over at hellcase.com. Couple of codes to use up on screen. A little bit of extra cash in your pocket, a 15% refill bonus. Open up some sick cases and get the opportunity of some really awesome skins. Young Ninjas, though, they're back on the board, Jay.
Yeah, back in the lead, most importantly as well. I can't help but feel that last round was partially down to Saw really making a lot of key mistakes right there. Looking very miscoordinated and mispositioned, in my opinion. Let's see whether they can adjust against that and get the confidence that was going back in their early execution sets. Once again, it's Man in. The Man will be leaning up towards this banana control. Sapet's going to take the early damage from that Molotov, however, that was put down towards the broken wall. So it's a start for Saw. They won't know about that damage just yet. AK set. Smokes down towards Moto here from the T side line. CT set with 3 players again to deal with the A play, but right now it's just mid-control. Saw continuing to play out the default.
A jump spot coming through with a deep control coming out from Manon towards the bottom of Banana. Saw really haven't done a lot in terms of gaining map control. It's been very, very slow, not even looking like they want to take Banana control just yet. Flash over the top, does get the AWP in, and Manon needs to establish a crossfire.
2 players line up. He gets himself a double. Sapek there to trade back on Just, who is able to respond, but a 4 versus 2 has been gained. Arki's making a lot of noise. They've got info on both the T-side players now, and that bomb being dropped, the T-side, the CT side, I should say, know about it. Sapek is so ready to meet Muturis. Indeed, he does go down. A big, big set of frags from him. And what will be a 5th to the board of the Young Ninjas side. They have come prepared for this one here. Arki, not really knowing what to do from here on out. He will make his way up towards the B bomb site. It's his best bet right now, given the fact that he's got 15 seconds left of the clock. But Smoke at Cross got to deal with Sapek at the bomb plant from that. His first challenge is going to be his hardest one, I'd say, at this stage. 6 seconds and backup's already rotated the position. Sapek not even going to let him get away with it. 3 kills to his name and a beautiful hold from the Ninjas.
One thing I'd really like to see from Saw is maybe just a quick play in towards that A site. And the odds over a Paramatch still do favour, though, up towards the Portuguese side. I wonder when that's going to start to shift. It's getting closer and closer between the 2 teams, so do make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below to get all the information. One thing we are seeing in the majority of the CT rounds is early on, Young Ninjas are bringing 3 players over towards a B site and only having 2 at A. Boost coming in for the AWP, but some early apartments control coming out for Roman.
And to counteract that, Saw tried to put a lot of presence here towards the B bomb side, but their banana control is still working wonders for them here on the Ninja side. Kill found for Manon. Already the Dodo is taken out here. And that's just them conceding all the banana control as a result of it. So all the effort, all the utility they placed towards that position has gone to waste. And they're going to lose Arki as well towards the apartments control, taking even further of an advantage away from the T-side line. 5 on 3. Young Ninjas have really found a gap in the fence and they're exploiting it. A 3rd kill coming in, still untraded by the Source side. They smoked down the archers, but Moto's already been smoked off. Molotov ahead of it. But the realistic chances of them getting a decent take of the site, I mean, they're kind of bracketed in here. They can't make their way out towards B or A unless they go back through mid.
Yeah, there's options are very, very limited here from Saw. There's already a couple of players out from Speedway. Muteris tries to play in towards Arch. Just is now the last one left. It looks like it's going to be another strong round from the Young Ninjas squad. Alex swinging out towards the pit position, catching off the last player. 6 on the board for the Swedish side. And in all honesty, Jay, this is quite surprising to see Saw struggling. And here we go. There's the tactical timeout coming forward. And another thing to kind of consider too, we've seen Fozzy with the AWP in the majority of these gun rounds. He hasn't even needed to be used, really. He hasn't been able to find a lot of contact, hasn't been able to find the majority of the kills. It's because the riflers are finding the most of the picks and most of the early advantages. Even look at what they're bringing into round 10. Not only have they got the AWP still in play, but they're backed up with AKs, and a lot of them.
It's those B-site players that are getting most of the damage done so early on. You mentioned a handful of rounds ago how Saw never really took banana control. Now that they've tried to force the issue on that side of the map, they're losing opening picks consistently. Yeah. So I think they need to, I think they need to go back towards playing defaults, going passive, waiting for Ninjas to overextend, trying to avoid that banana position because Sapek is having a really good game so far. Not on an outstanding game, but 10 frags in 10 rounds, that's pretty much hitting the par. AK is out across almost every single player as well for the Young Ninjas side.
Ooh.
And Eco coming in for the Saw camp. So easy kill on Just. Nice with the nade stack. Not even a challenge.
Yeah, not quite max round loss bonus just yet for the Saw side, but they are going in for a hero AK. And well, Muteris can't do anything with it just yet. Smoke down towards a long position. A little bit early to the trigger from Fozzy, but Julie's out in case that bomb swings through. Arky can't afford to make a play like that.
Fozzy backing up, flashes over AWP in, missing a shot against the player at Cubby, allowing Arky to escape position. Incendiary stall for time against the Saw side. If they can get a bomb plant out of this, that would already be a positive entity. Have got Roman on that AK, but Arky's going to dropping that bomb out of position as well, so the Dodo's going to try so he can get back and pick it up. Roman, dealt with by Nilo. 1 versus 5 now for the Dodo. And yeah, well, that's just going to get cleaned up real easy. All 5 alive for the Young Ninjas side. And the confidence carrying over from the gun rounds into the anti-ecos. And again, can't be too shocked that Saw would lose out to just basic pistols, but most certainly need to get the rifles out here and try and do some damage. Going to be limited by, though, 2 Galils in, no AWP.
Now, Young Ninjas, I mean, it could spiral out of control for Saw very quickly if this control continues to come out. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more tactical timeouts coming through from the Portuguese side. And going back towards the default heavy plays, not taking banana control early. The Young Ninjas start to fall back, start to rotate a couple of players back over towards the A side, perhaps at least. And Fozzy's going to be on rotation from the AWP. One of the first times I've actually seen that AWP playing out towards the B side, or Broken Ball to start the rounds off. Doesn't quite find anything with it, so goes back over towards A.
Once again, drawing attention away from the A site. Had a 4-1 split in, but now Manin is going to go ahead and join Sapek. And these 2 players have been playing with each other so well so far on this B defensive, so it's still going to be a dangerous sort of entity for the Saw side, regardless of how many rotations they draw here. Have still got those players over towards this banana position. Moto and cross smokes coming out. Counter smokes back from the CT side will also be in effect. Saw just starting to take map control and lead towards the A hit.
I haven't seen any plays in towards Speedway, really, at least in terms of committing the bomb. And split towards the A side. Roman's caught off towards this squad position. Opening kill coming out for Alex. A good start up for the CTs.
Fozzy, I should say, is going to get traded right back here. Muteris to a 4-on-4. Nilo still here towards corner. And Dodo and Just able to clean up those last 2 players here on the crossfire. Sapek and Manin. Stella on the B site defense, now up for the A site retake, and Muteris does give them an opportunity here. That's 1 kill now to a single man advantage, and the AWP going to get swapped towards. Just swings back on Manin, and Manin gets the kill to return. 2-on-2 now. Serious opportunities presenting the Young Ninjas side as he continues to face up in the short control. Can't see anyone over at pit. Tatsu from Sapek as he switches back to the AK. Does get dealt with. Dodo falls. Manin with 2 frags up to the 3K, and the the clutch is good. Huge rounds from the Ninjas as they get to 8 on CT side.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch, what a retake coming out. That looked unwinnable, Jay. That was a 2v4 situation, and somehow Sapek and Madden have made it work. What a 1 versus 2, just has enough time to get the defuse forward. That has got to be so frustrating for Saw. There should be no way in which they're losing that, and Young Ninjas, well, that's the second clutch so far of the best of 1.
And no adjustment from the Source side. As soon as Muturus went down, you would have thought they would have gone back to passive positions, tried to escape any 1v1 duels and play against it, but no, just isolated every single one. And Justice coming back with a vengeance. 2 kills. He's had enough of the youngsters' shenanigans. It gets those opening frags towards the banana position. I think for the first time, Saw forced the issue and actually made it work up here. Leaving it all to Nilo at the back of the site, back at Nubox, waiting to receive. Counter flashes will come through, try and stall them for time. Muturus is fully blinded here. Nilo didn't see him top of the first box, though. They will hear the footsteps as the T spread out towards site. All 3 CTs here to try and defend against it. Nilo's going to go down, though. So Fozzy and Alex 2v5. I think they're falling back to save.
Good look for exits. Like, there's a lot of money here still for the Young Ninjas. They will be on single round loss bonus, though, 1,400, and even Just is going in for a bit of a backstab play, a bit of a lurk attempt, try and cut them off on rotation if they go back towards saving at A. Fozzy and Alex. And certainly Alex is someone that we haven't mentioned too much, at least in the game so far, Jay, but he's been playing out towards a mini pit and pit position, and he's been pretty consistent when it comes to the frags. Young Ninjas, what can they find in terms of exit kills? Orb shot does miss coming out, and Alex gets traded to another missed shot from the AWP. Ooh, does get no scope. Not quite the second, though.
Yeah, point blank, no scope, not too hard to hit. I'm surprised that the Thieves didn't actually try and pick up the AWP there, but alas. Happy with the AK set. Young Ninjas will be happy to buy back and reinvest. They've got plenty of cash built up from the many rounds that they've got in a row. 8-4 to the board. AKs, of course, coming in across the entire T-side line. The big green gun out for Fozzy in this one. As you mentioned, not needing to perform too much. It'd be nice if we can get some more frags on the board. And yeah, start to step things up a little bit. 58 points of health to man in very early on in this roundup. Tags up by the HGs as Young Ninjas do get away with a lot of damage to their name. Forced to go back passive in particular towards the mid to the second mid in the banana position. And Stadodo is really pushed up aggressive. So I've been able to gain a lot of banana control in the last couple of rounds.
One thing that has impressed me from Young Ninjas is some of the variations in their CT defense. We've often seen them play very passive at A, or maybe like sort of that play towards Porch and Quad where they get somewhat aggressive. That time around, we actually saw the AWP in towards Boiler in the apartments, backed up by another player. But you're right, banana control taken forward, default smoke coming through as a lurk. Saw might just go in straight for the B side. Exy down to just 2 players on the side defense.
It's in the area up towards the old grill position. Sapek does not see the players above the smoke. He may have just caught Just, and that will call information out to Fozzy over at the CT spawn, knowing that they're out there towards the coffins into the church positions. Smoke's down to suppress entryways to the site. Sapek is desperate to look for Stadodo, and eventually as the smoke clears, he gets that kill in. A second player out there, though, Just takes the frag. Player at dark is going to get dealt with. AWP close for Fozzy. Couple players are low, but Muturus still strikes on Alex, and now the Orb peeks in and gets shut out as Just gets himself a tidy triple and Saw secure 5.
And we really have seen glimpses of brilliance coming out from this Saw side, right, Jay? Like, even though they've only won 5 rounds, we've seen some really convincing ones, we've seen some not so convincing ones. The one thing that they really need to develop here in Inferno is just consistency. I think that's where they've struggled the most. We've seen some streaks of 3 rounds in a row where they tied up the scoreline, now 2 to follow. Have finally gotten to a position where Young Ninjas might have to be on a bit of an eco, considering they haven't been in this sort of economical situation in a while now. Maybe just some light investments of some pistols. I mean, round 14, get the rifles going into the next.
The odds at Parrot match have remained in the favour of Saw throughout the entire game. The Young Ninjas have put in the hard yard to try and get themselves up to a decent position. Still want to place a bet on them, you can get your bonus by clicking on the banner below and going to powermatch.com. Up to 100% bonus deposit in some regions, so make sure you take advantage of that. especially the young ninjas, still have the odds, you know, pretty high for them. And if they can continue their line of form, then going into the T side is where things get really interesting. I think they're holding out and really giving them the advantage despite the lead due to the fact that it is CT side. And Saw could really turn things up in the second half and just turn the whole thing around. So let's see whether they can just hold against this eco and try to see if they can do the rifle damage. And indeed, Alex going for a risky peek at Banana, does get shut down very early on.
Deagle swinging out from Madden, trying to see if he can find anything. Big nade comes out. And well, for Young Ninjas, they're going for a bit of a dual setup at the end of the apartments. The eco hasn't really been too successful so far. You know what is kind of interesting, Jay, is that we actually get a lot of Swedes in the UK scene. I mean, Madden was a player that we saw somewhat recently in the UK Premiership. And playing with the UK guys, but joining up with the Young Ninjas squad. And even Alex, too, playing on Fnatic Academy. So it seems like a player from an academy has gone over to another academy. Yeah,
and Fierce Esports, one of the few UK teams that have managed to compete at international level. So it's funny, you think about Endpoint as well. They've also got Robin, and they're competing at international level. So I think maybe it might just be a bit of a secret that the UK mixed with Sweden is really...
Maybe. That's the secret right there.
That's the secret formula to UK scene success. Which basically means that Sweden are carrying us, but I digress. Saw on the anti-eco cleaning house, AK in for Fozzy, does get just
2 clutches coming out from the Young Ninja squad. The first one right there from Saw. And now going into the pistol round, again, quite a fair bit of utility down for the Saw lineup and aggression out for the apartments.
Well, Arky will be the first to fall, Nilo. And they're going to draw first blood in the pistol round for the Ninjas side. So playing out a very different default compared to what Saw were doing. A lot of mid presence was coming through. A couple players up towards Banana. And Saw, once again, replicating their T-side defaults on the CT side in the sense that they're not going to really push forward over the marker. Roman does catch Fozzy out towards the mid-brackets position, though. So that's going to be a 4 versus 4 regained by the Saw side and gone back to passive. Contact positions for Stadodo. Going to smoke off that cross and try and fall back. Wait for backup to arrive because it might be full retake mode here from the CT side. And indeed, they're spreading out all around him here. Stadodo's covered off.
Oh, good shot out for Madden, and that's the B-bomb site completely opened up. Forcing the post plant, get a couple of players in towards construction. Quite an aggressive approach going in through. Madden going to start off again with the USP, finding some more kills from Sapek. We saw what he was able to do in that first half, Jade. He's continuing to do damage out in the pistol. Young Ninjas 2 for 2 in pistol rounds, and that's something that certainly in best of 1 context is right. If you can win the pistol and the anti-eco, you're looking at 6-0 in comparison of rounds, and Young Ninjas might just be able to do that. But there is a force buy coming forward from the CT side.
Yeah, scouts, auto shotguns, deagles, smokes and HEs also there for the CT side, and the Lil's out on a couple of players for the Young Ninja side, of course, on very broken bites for the early second round. As you mentioned, a force up coming through from Saw, with that XM being the most interesting part of it, playing in towards the apartments, which actually, I kind of like this actually. Like, I think a lot of people underrate how good the shotgun can be in the ATS position here on this site. Seen on Nuke in particular how well the auto shotgun can just melt through players stacking in towards the lower corridors. So in a very similar environment here where it's just like a big long room, Roman could be able to take down the Ninja side if they decide to go towards him, but they're playing very far away from apps here in this round.
Yeah, normally see it up towards Broken Ball or apartments, don't we? In the rare occasions that it does come out. The one thing to kind of consider, though, here from the T side is the lack of SMGs. There's a lot of rifles out. You've got AKs and Galils up for everybody, which does mean that they are going to be limited to an extent when it comes to utility. A bit of a default coming up, already gaining that top banana control. Another smoke down for Muteris, who's currently playing out towards the A site that goes down towards brackets now. So not a lot of counter utility left here for the CTs. What's the play here for Young Ninjas? It looks like they're actually going to be falling back to running into the stack at the A site.
They might have heard some of those footsteps as well at the second boxes. Or not, actually. This is going to be a rotation called in from Muteris. And suddenly, Honor's left on Roman and Arky to deal with the T-side forces. That scout looking away from long at the worst possible moment. Muteris may have a lot more damage to deal here. Scout at point blank. Roman does get Manon out here. Alex will drop him back here. XM tapping through. Can't get the kills together. Will do significant damage, but now calling in for backup. His teammates are arrived to the site as the bomb plant goes down. Smokes up to try to cover them off. And the
Saving.
T's backing away. Yeah, the CT's also going to back off the same. They'll save their Kevlar and their weapons, concede the 10th to the Ninjas.
Look, there were some awkward engagements, you could say the least, for the CTs there. Young Ninjas, that timing towards long could not have been any better for them. Not only is there a gamble rotation out towards the B side, but the scout from Arky looked like he was holding for that long play. And then all of a sudden, he kind of looks towards the apartments and towards that short position. And before he knows it, they've already started swinging out from long. The Young Ninjas only losing a single player. They get to double digits in 10 rounds. And I'm kind of, my philosophy of who's going to win this best of one is kind of shifting, Jay. Like, I always thought in the back of my mind, yeah, Sora going to bring this back, but we're getting closer and closer to 16 rounds, and the odds are even, Jay. I don't think we've ever seen odds exactly tied up, at least for a while, from Paramatch.
I think that the odds and how they've shifted over the course of this game really tells its own story.
Yeah.
The Ninjas have kept it together pretty consistently, and we had a lot of concerns about Ninjas, not only on the basis that they're, you know, they're up against one of the best teams in Tier 2, but as well as that, they've lost one of their key elements, one of their key players. So
Yep.
again, it's a best of one caveat, so there is always that. Taps up from the Deagle. Shoulder baiting from Stadodo, trying to look on for something out here towards this banana position, but no T-side force going to give up the opening kill. Saw just down to these basic pistols. And smoke set for what might be an execution. 2 players coming out, but the bomb's yet to commit.
Another fake coming out from Young Ninjas to pull rotations over. It looked like for a moment we were going to see that one player out from Speedway going over, but for the moment, try and keep 3 at 8. Almost 70 teams, Jay, in between Saw and Young Ninjas when it comes to the rankings. Saw on the brink of getting towards the top 20, and Young Ninjas just breaking through the 100th place and dealing with this eco really easily. And no real damage being done to this T side. No one going down. Free bomb plant, free site. Saw just looking for exits.
Plant down towards the front corner. Stadodo with the Deagle. Good shot on towards one man, and unfortunately it won't make much of a difference right here. He may be able to get a second exit frag if he sticks around here at the archway, but about as far as it goes here. Yeah, backing up, saving the weaponry, saving what little they can at this stage, and it is very little from Stadodo and Just, but there's no sense in throwing away the kill counts to the Ninja side. The 11 to the T side board, and this is the start of the phase of the game where things start to get a bit hairy for Saw. You know, like this is where Ninjas actually have a real good chance of actually taking the matchup outright. It's a 4-round difference, so it's not a one and done. The rifles are coming through, and they need to make good on the first gun round.
A third tactical coming through from the Swedes, and I mean, you just look at some of the recent performances from Saw. They played Inferno, I think, 6 times in DreamHack Open December. Even in the grand finals against VP, they had a pretty dominant performance, taking teams like Forza down, you know, top, I suppose you could say, Tier 2 teams, even having some decent results against the Tier 1 guys. And you're kind of worrying, you know, how are Saw struggling here? Yeah, we have seen Young Ninjas play some really decent CS. We have actually seen them perform really well, but this is a team without an in-game leader, with a stand-in, who have won 10 out, or 3 out of the last 10 best of 3s. Their results on HLTV, yes, some of the games have been close, but they haven't got a lot of results under their banner. And they have got the opportunity of being 5 rounds away from what could be one of the biggest upsets we have seen in the entire EDC, even including Season 1.
Yeah, to think of a bigger one, I can't really think of it right now. I mean, definitely a team like Young Ninjas taking out Saw would be impressive. I mean, as I mentioned at the start of the show, it's like a hell of a task and a hell of an achievement if they can get it. You know, best of one caveats apply, however, so I'm not sure it would be the most huge upset. If it was a best of 3 win for Young Ninjas, then, you know, that way you can't deny it. But here on Inferno, they just managed to secure themselves a victory. It would set themselves up wonderfully for the winners matchup. The swings out from the bracket position, trading Arky back to a 4-on-4. Roman may have seen that player over at quad. I'm not 100% certain. He may have seen him now, though. Flashes to try and drive them away here from this short position. But Muteris on site, not giving up his angle, not giving away a kill.
A slow walk up from Alex. He's actually been able to get very, very close to this default position just behind the hay bales. Going in towards the site, knows where Muteris is, gets that first kill. That's now the advantage coming through, but they still need to deal with the pit player, Roman. And I'll tell you what, he can still try and get some damage, but he needs more assistance coming through. The white swing out from Manon. As dry as you like, this has to be a save. They can't go for a 2v4, surely.
Yes, the Dodo and just got to hold on to these weapons. What was looking like it may have been a capable sort of round for Saw has fallen apart at the seams. 1 kill coming in against Zapek, and then from there, 3 trades back from the Ninjas. And a 12th to the T side board. And now it's time to tug at the collars here, Saw. Now it's time to start sweating. This is not a good sign for them. They lose this matchup. They're playing against 2 best-of-3s tomorrow to try and make it back out of the group stage. And yeah, the chances of them, you know, making it through those best-of-3s are still fairly high, but even so, that would be a huge, huge setback for them in their campaign this season.
It can be tough in the GSL groups and the double elim. If you go down in the best-of-1s on an upset, you've got to win 2 in a row. At least for Young Ninjas, if they can convert this best-of-1, they only need to win 1 out of 2 potential best-of-3s. 5 rounds is the difference. The lead is just getting bigger and bigger here. Not a single CT round has been won yet by the Saw camp. And playing towards the banana position. One thing to kind of talk over, I'll take a little bit of time just now that the Dodos found that pick. One thing that Saw had a lot going for them when they were going into banana is how much damage they were taking to getting control. Young Ninjas haven't quite been in that same scenario.
I've lost the opening pick. Ooh, Nilo with a very key mistake there, jumping up outside of the apartment. Roman will take him down with the auto shotgun. And lots of damage has been done towards the CT side. Alex can get the trade together, but still a 2-for-1 that works well for the CT side. Fozzy backing up towards this banana position. Again, it's Alex, the man that's tagged up here on the T side. Saw do have 2 players tagged below the 40-point marker. Randomly focus on this defensive where it's just going to be just alone towards cross.
I'm surprised they're only leaving 1 at B rather than splitting the sites evenly. Mana not checking out the boost position. Big kill out from Just. He can now afford to fall back, play a little bit more passive. They can give up the site, allow the bomb plan to go down, and just play out the 4 versus 2.
Oh, bomb drop by Dodo though, spraying through the smoke, catching Alex. Slight gap to work with as well, and the smoke's going to clear in its entirety. Fozzy's got no utility to try and re-smoke it. We'll get that 1 kill, but continuing the spray against no T-side player. Back towards the site, got to look towards players left, right, and center, and there's just too many to deal with. Just will be able to secure that final kill, and that will be an 8th for Saw. Finally getting things going here on the CT half. I believe their first round of the half here for the Portuguese.
It's come at a good moment. And we're seeing some pretty low numbers across from Arki and Muteris. A chance for them to really start getting involved on this city side. Young Ninjas. Let's see if that loss phases them at all. AWP coming out from Fozzy, looking down towards the mid position to see if anyone overextends. Bit of a jiggle peek coming out for the boiler player of Arki. Young Ninjas. Haven't really seen anything aggressive on the T side. Haven't seen it from either team. It's been very default heavy from both teams on T.
Nades up, just held back to the corner. M4, swinging a hit. Nicely done against Man in AWP. Held back towards the broken wall position. If Just peeks as he may end up going down, the nades coming through, the smokes are up, the AWP getting closer, and it's seen just before the smoke blooms. Just catching that kill, and a 5 versus 3 gained by Saw.
Oh, they could be back now, Jay. Looking deadly towards that banana position. Great opening out for the T side. And Arki even develops with another kill. 2 just left on the T side. Arki fighting his secondary kill, and Sapek 1v5 situation. How the tables have turned in only a couple of rounds.
Took them a handful of rounds to get things going here, Saw. Lost 4 on the trot to start off the half, and now coming alive and looking real confident at doing so. Taking a single point of damage for the CT side, and you're right, get rid of that AWP so they can't get it for free. The money's still going to get bolstered for Saw, but I don't think it'll be enough to justify an AWP buy, so smart call there from Sapek. And now just trying to deal with the last few players, seeing if they can just swing in, take him down, get rid of that AK, end off the round. 10 seconds left. They could take him down after time, but no. Just swing and get the kill. Nice and easy. Again, a single point of damage done in that round to Dodo. And Saw now up to 9 on CT side.
Shame that they can't recover that AWP. That could have been quite nice for the CTs. Young Ninjas. Now, they've used 3 of their tactical pauses already, Jace. They've only got 1 left. They'll have to make sure that they use it at a reasonably good time. And the lead now starting to soften as it's only 3 rounds between the two. The Young Ninjas could be going in for something quick towards the apartments. Haven't seen an apps pop come through just yet.
Not so far in this half, at least. Young Ninjas. Born away from the apartment's control here, eventually down towards the boiler position. Flash in, does not catch Arky. Mutrix getting combined alongside him, get that kill. Continuing the spray, but Nilo and Manning continue to hold the advanced positions. Incendiary's down, they're dropping straight in against Roman. There's that apps pop from Fozzy you wanted to see, not from the entire team, but it's enough to get them onto the site, and a 4 versus 2 has been gained. The bomb plant can't get secured just yet, got to come back from second mid, but Dodo and Just, with very little chances, they've got to go back and save.
That was like some CIS Counter-Strike right there. We've seen a lot of slow, methodical CS coming out from Young Ninjas. And all of a sudden, they just run through the bracket smoke. They fly out for the apartments. That was very, very hyper-aggressive. And it caught Saw off guard completely. Instant save coming through from Dodo and Just. And there's even a bit of a backstab coming through towards this banana position from Sapek. This could be a chance to do more damage.
Gotta hold on to this weaponry. Desperate to do so here from Saw. The money just isn't there. And with the loss bonus also ticking down the last couple of rounds, that's going to leave them with very little buy potential. I think they can just scrape together a force with some drop weapons. Yeah, actually, it'll be a pretty defined buy, actually, all things considered. I probably misestimated the actual loss bonus they have. Yeah, $2,400 coming into this round, so enough cash to sustain an investment. Hearing ticks as well, so there may be a pause called from Saw. I think at this stage, a tactical would be a really good idea from them.
Yeah, not going to happen, though. And yeah, you sort of look at that loss bonus. Although it was 2 rounds in a row from Saw, it was the 4 in the row to sort of get that loss bonus up quite high. Fast playing towards the logs, no damage coming down towards this banana position over to the T side. I think that's where Saw have been missing in terms of capitalization, Jay, is the lack of damage towards this banana position. Every time Saw were running in towards banana in the early rounds in the first half, they were taking anywhere between 50 and sort of 90 points of damage every single round. The T's haven't even been touched.
Yeah, Arky falling away from this short position. A crossfire locked alongside Muteris. They need something to go right for them. Good flash in from the T's. Gets themselves into brackets. Does not extend around the corner into the short or long position. So smokes down at Moto and Muteris forced to back off. Arky still watching for something out here in the midst of the smoke. Where they'll hold from. Muteris, 45 seconds, waiting for someone to make their peaks up. Sees that bomb planter, takes down 2, trying to make it a triple, but no. Fozzy trades it, he picks up that bomb, and now going to make his way back in towards the site. The AWP is to Dodo, cutting off the B wraps. And time's ticking. Ninjas have slowed this down. They've seen the bomb, though. The CTs are going to be able to act against it. Nilo drops next. Manon and Fozzy, last 2 players left for the Ninjas side. AWP seen 1, knows that Manon's so close. Bomb making his way up through apps. Manon with his back turn, and Fozzy with nothing left he can do will get 1 kill. I don't think he's going any further than this.
Good answer back out from Saw, and it really felt like Young Ninjas, after they lost that contact out from long, it got very stagnated. It got slowed down. They had to try and make a play from the apartments, and Nilo was not able to deal with Roman. From there, the time's too low. They've run out of members, run out of advantages, and run out of money too. They're going to have to eco going into round 24. The Young Ninjas have only won 1 out of the past 4 rounds. Saw are really starting to bring this back now.
And eco to come through for the Ninjas side, which will set us up for a bit more of a momentum swing for the Saw side. to regain a lead that I don't think they've had for the entire game now that I'm thinking
Never.
about it.
They've had tied score lines, but never a lead.
Pistol lost from there. It was a 3-3, then 4-3, which went 8-4, then 8-7, and then now 12-7, then 13-10. So we basically just seen Ninjas taking basically the entire control of this entire map up, and saw panic mode if they could break that momentum and finally get a lead back together. And with this eco, it will be one step along that path, but it's the rifles that are going to be the main concern, I think.
A decent nade onto Sapek. He's certainly a player that we were hyping up a fair bit, I suppose, after seeing his performance in the first half. He's dropped 2 kills on the T side, Jay. He got 15 at the end of the 15th round. As we did mention, 1 kill every round at one point. But yeah, slowly dropping off over on this T side. Saw probably realizing, like, what's going on here? 30 seconds left. We haven't really heard a lot of footsteps. It's going to be the B player.
Seeing that player off Svat towards this arch position. AWP Dodo catching likes of Sapek. Beat back in against the second player of Nilo. Good shooting, but it is anti-eco. Frags just catching Alex. And 15 seconds then to act upon this. They've got to go down with the timer. Manon does get Roman, but Fozzy falls, and it's, well, just left the man to try to go down here. If they can take him down after time, that possibly could be seriously damaging to the economy state. But Arky just puts him down nice and easy. 11 to the border, saw the rifles back in for the Ninjas.
2 rounds the difference. Young Ninjas probably sweating at this position, and I think this is where the lack of inexperience starts to really shine. We don't have a lot of players on this team that have played at a somewhat high level. I think Fozzy is the only player that kind of comes to mind playing in the advanced circuit for at least 3 or 4 seasons now. Playing with Royals last, a couple of the players in the UK scene that we know, Ping and Swaggy. But Young Ninjas, I mean, even the lack of the in-game leader, the lack of leadership, I want to say, in this kind of position could be hurting them. Mr. Dodo opens up towards a banana position, opening kill down from the T side, and no response in terms of a trade is allowed. And Saw have now got a gamble stack towards A.
Now 4-1 split is pretty standard and common stuff here for the likes of Inferno. The Dodo will just take this all pick in, try and fall back out position. They've already lost a player in Sapek, and Alex is down to just 5 points of HP. The serious damage taken by the Ninjas side, and Sora are happy with that, obviously, to keep this whole thing going and just to get them further kills as the high HP players as well. 45 seconds to make that happen, and the T's are only just starting to get their rap together. Bombing up towards mid, and now players coming in towards banana control.
I'm getting scared. If they put these smokes down and there's counter utility, they're going to have to go dry and towards a site. 2 smokes is all the T-side have. The boost coming through. This has done wonders in the past.
Watching. Ready for the first contact. Very low on the timer. Not so uncommon for the Young Ninja side. Jump face. Nade back. Is that going to catch him, man? Yes, it will. Man into drop. Bomb plant underneath the smoke. It just comes up with the kill. Stray bullet landing to the head. A trade is good for the T side, but a 2v4. The bomb plant is secured. But Fozzy and Alex with a world of work. They will get Dodo at least. That's 1 good kill. And Fozzy isolates Arky. 2 versus 2, but tagged to single digits. Both players a total of 9 points of health on this T side, and Fozzy falls for it. Alex seeing flashes over, needs to spray together, trying to get Muturis as well, but Muturis shuts him down. Good effort from those players, especially Alex. 3 kills on 5 HP. That was a huge play, but just not enough today.
Oh, it's close. Very, very close to that T side. That was a 2v4 post plan. They almost won it. Saw brought that right down to the wire, and look, luckily enough that Young Ninjas at least get a bomb plant, Jay, because even though they've got to eco into round 26, it allows them to get somewhat of an investment forward. We're seeing Kevlar, upgraded pistols, a lot of utility out. 1 round is the difference between these 2 sides, and there's a chance for an instant reset for the CTs. Nades up towards the top of banana position, and just goes down to the nade stack.
Orb shot landing to a tag, but as you mentioned, Rush coming through as the Dodo's next to 4. 5 versus 3. And immediately into the bomb site. This probably could be a save call from Saw, actually. They picked up the orb, they picked up the M4. Buris has fallen next and foremost. Arky getting 1 good trade. That nade sending the AK well out of dodge, so he can't pick it up and use it. Fall back to position, tags up from the CZ. Alex gets the kill, and Roman has got to fall back from position. A 1 versus 4. That was a rush and a half for Ninjas, and it worked wonders for them.
Is that the first rush we've seen in 26 rounds? We have not seen any rush plays from either team on T side, and all of a sudden, Young Ninjas go, right, we're on the eco, rather than slow it down, let's speed it up. Roman might even try and get hunted here from Alex out from Arch. Good shot out from the CZ. What a round for Young Ninjas. They pick up an AWP, they pick up 2 M4s, they even get an AK, and they really didn't have a lot of investment at all. That is a superb round. And I spoke about the instant reset potential. It didn't quite come at a gun round, but look at what's happened to the economy. We're seeing the XM come out once again from Roman, a couple of M4s on Arky Muteris, Stododo and Just, well, they're just on CZs.
The force buy for all intents and purposes. I mean,
yeah,
this is going to be a very late one as well, because this should be 15, 16, 12.
Could be.
Saw will need to get this round. Like, this is such an important one. I don't even think they realize how important it really is. How close they want to play towards the Molotovs that they've thrown out here from the T side line, straight up towards that cross position. Starting to fall back out of the angle as the T start leaning in towards the A play. That's good, fortunate for them. They've got the majority of the firepower here. Muteris and Arky roaming with that XM. The smokes go down out of the apps pop. Let's see what Roman can do with a shot. He gets that first kill. Not quite that second. Sapek there with the trade. Arky sees that bomb close towards the site on the default plant. Nilo drops though. That stalls the crucial time. M4's out in the open and on site. Sapek will get one. Fozzy gets another. So a 3-on-2, making it 1 as he continues to peak, continues to strike, and Just is left alone.
A 1v3. He kind of has to go for this because it's a force buy, but and does the option of a save and tickle his fancy. The CZ sent a couple of players out from the pit and towards the default position. Smoke goes down, and Young Ninjas just really are peaking here. Bit of a wide swing does come out from Fozzy with the Julies, in fact, to find the 15th up for the Young Ninjas. Saw. Well, you said they had to win the force buy, Jay. It didn't quite happen, and now they're going to have to be on another force buy that's going to look even more awkward.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Tactical timeout coming in for the Ninjas. I'm surprised that Saw haven't taken one. They haven't had one in a very long time. They took one a little bit earlier, I believe, in the first half. Yeah, Saw. Again, I said it would be a hell of a task, and the unpredictability of best of ones, I guess you could say. Nemiga will be smiling at this.
Yeah. Imagine how they're feeling. In saying that, though, like, they probably prepped to play Saw, and then all of a sudden they have another best of one to play, and they go, what? Young Ninjas won? Young Ninjas upset? Yeah, Nemiga would be looking at this game in particular and be very, very chuffed with this result if Young Ninjas can do it. One more round is all that is needed for the Swedes to have a massive, and I mean a massive upset in the EDC.
And look at the buy from Saw. Deagle's in, XM for Roman. Much deeper in the apartments this time. Could get Nilo. There it is. Good buckshot. Nice kill. Other flashes in as they grab that rifle and look to just utilize it for the rest of the force buy, but it is just one pick. No one else in app, so they lean towards that B site as a result. 2 Deagles on the crossfire here, and if they fall, there's a good chance that this one is over. Smoke off on a cross player, just left towards first, dealt with immediately. Stododo comes up with 2 picks, not quite the third. Alex can trade it, but his efforts lead to a 3v2 favor to the CT retake.
We've seen, though, how strong Fozzy and Alex have been in these post plants. Think to only a couple of rounds ago where they almost won that 2v4. There is more HP on them this time around. Saw. A lot of players look like they might want to try and come in from that construction angle, and Muteris falls.
2-on-2 now. Boost up for Roman. Top of the flower pots gets Fozzy. Alex left alone. Shotty spams through. Alex still gets the kill. Tags up Roman as well.
Ooh.
No kits in, but he does get the kill. I think he'll just have enough time for this defuse. It will be a bit close, actually.
It's close. It's very close.
Oh. Ooh, has he?
No!
Oh,
Oh, he has. I didn't think he had it.
Oh. Okay.
That must have been milliseconds.
I'd imagine it was close in the region of less than a second.
Ooh. Well, that's one way to break a sweat.
Yeah, 15-13. And so can't quite get away, well, Young Ninjas, I should say, can't quite get away with the victory. But they're back on the rifles. There's still 2 SMGs, so continuing to force the issue.
Yeah, look, they would have really hoped to have won out that retake with a couple of players just so they can somehow strengthen their economy. AWP scoped up on the boost from Arky, doesn't see anything down from mid. And Young Ninjas back into their default. AWP up for Fozzy, AKs across the board. And how can these MP9s get involved? Do they want to be a little bit more aggressive from the CT side? Well, Manon has already got this control towards the top of Banana. The Young Ninjas, it seems like they've found their success, at least when it comes to the map control gathering.
Taps through the AK, Incendiary's down, AWP. Oh, gets the kill on Muteris. How? How is he allowed to do that? The damage does compound, the Molotov does get the kill. But still, that was one of the silliest little things I think I've seen in a very long time from the Ninjas.
No, it works for a 1-for-1 at least. And now leaning in towards the A site. We haven't seen the lean out towards A in terms of a gamble. An MP9 too from Arky. Resmoked down towards a balcony position. Young Ninja slowing it down. Not a lot of time left on the clock, but they've got utility to work with to get into this A site XE.
30 seconds for the execution. Got Roman at pit. SMG on site, and Stadodo now rotating up with the AWP. Looking back, flashes over. And seeing Manon, that's crucial info for Roman. Molotovs continue to try and drive them away from the pit position. SMG real close. There's Stadodo with a kill on Manon. Burst back, bomb dropped. Sapek will also fall. Nilo left alone. 1 versus 4. Arky gets the kill. And 14 Vassor hanging in there by a thread. And 1 more round for the overtime to kick things off in EDC.
It's just a little bit too slow from Young Ninjas. We saw quite late there. Alex actually rotated back over to Banana just to sell a flash, and it didn't force any kind of rotate over. 3 players at the A site. Great crossfires being set. And do they go for something quick, Jay? We saw how much success they found on that sort of weird-looking eco round when they rushed in towards B. That might be the play here.
Oh, but the Molotov damage has done so much to Sapek and Fozzy, and then just making their way straight up and out. Burst through for Just. Get Sapek to fall. Nade back. That could take out Fozzy as well. Indeed it does. Slam dunk. Nice and easy. The Orb can start to strike as Manon burns. And everybody crumbles for the Young Ninjas. 15 all. And Saw find the final breath of life that they need to keep things going here in this map up. And indeed, the first map of the main season for Season 2, and it's in overtime.
And that's what we like to see, Jay. Competitive affairs. We said it in the pregame. We didn't think this would be that kind of game. Or at least I certainly didn't. I thought it could be a little bit of a one-sided stomp. Saw really showing their prowess, being a team on the brink of top 20 in the world. But no, we're going the distance. We're going into overtime. And 10K MR3. Now, one thing we haven't seen from either team so far, Jay, in regulation was double AWPs on the CT side, and it's going to continue that way, at least for the first round in OT. Ooh. 2
frags found for Nilo and Alex. Nice and easy as Ninjas play fast in towards the A site this time. They have left that boiler player and Roman alone. Just could get caught out by Spack, and indeed he does go down. Roman does find a trade. 4 versus 2 gain. Muteris also giving up his angle, so they got the info on both the CTs that remain here for the T-side cap. Bomb yet to cross, though, actually. This could be a bit difficult for Sapek if Roman times his peeking well. Muteris also going to lean up from the long control, maybe able to shut down some of the T-side players. How quick is the trade for NIP? Or, okay. I thought for a second there might be an opportunity. No one was looking towards that way. Still, they could get found out here by Roman. Gets that first. Not quite that second. Nilo will defend the lead for the Ninjas. And again, Saw have struggled to gain a lead. They've got several opportunities where they've equalized against this team. But they just can't quite seem to gain the one up.
Yeah, they've been on the back foot this entire game. That's how it's been. They've been clawing comebacks. They've been winning important rounds, but they've never been on the aggressive front. They've never had a lead. And for Young Ninjas, I mean, that's almost a round that you look at and sort of think as if they couldn't do that to close out the 16th, right? Nades up towards the top of Banana position. A lot of damage coming through, running through the flames. An aggressive play towards the top of Banana, but it has lost them a lot of damage. Look at how low Sapek is. He even goes down to the flames.
Yeah, Molotov coming through that. HE not able to finish off the job, but Muteris does. Nilo taking some damage, 10 points of health for him, down to 9 by the HE. That's also pushed out towards the boiler room position. And saw have a couple of players tagged up just as heavily, even more so in the case of Arky. The Ninjas have the man disadvantage, and that is the big concern for the T side. Starting to lean in towards the B side, and they actually do manage to isolate the Dodo. They've got Mutis moving up here from the mid position. Smoke down across, bomb plant should be secured. 3v3, the Ninjas could still recover this. If they can just get that one kill, that might be the way in.
And they've got a lot of utility here. Molly, smoke, and some flashes. Peak does come out relatively dry towards the Coffins angle, but it is traded back from Alex, and now the Molly goes down.
2-on-2, Roman peeking up. Looking onto the site. Flashbang turned right into for Roman. That gap in the smoke. Going to give away his position. Burst through on Fozzy. Does its damage, but Roman falls. And Muteris left alone. Also at the main cross sees his man, but can't line up the spray. Very awkward crosshair placement. And the Ninjas get to 17. MR3 10k, by the way, is the rule set, so there's no money for Saw to reinvest into the third round of this OT. This could be an 18 map point for Ninjas.
It could be. That would be huge. That would be really, really big if they're able to get 3 rounds in a row in OT. And sometimes this could be the struggles of MR3 10k, Jays. If you aren't able to convert at least one of the opening couple of rounds, you are going to be limited in the buy into the third, and that's exactly what we see. Roman with this XM aggressive in the apartments. We've seen him find somewhat success in this position in the past. Arky taking a little bit of early damage down to about half HP. Very, very passive from the B players again.
Counter-aggression is coming through from the CT players, though. SMG in particular peeking forward, baiting in info that the AWP is out there firing away. Will not know about the players that boosted up on the wood stack. Not going to matter too much when it comes to the execution set, because they're basically going to focus on the side defensive as opposed to trying to deny map control in this early round. Young Ninjas are being given all that they can to work with. But starting to rotate away from the B side regardless. That bomb out towards mid position. And 55 seconds for the Ninjas to strike.
So, really, in terms of information, they don't have a lot of it. The Banana players haven't been able to take any control. The A players have been very silent, and now it's going to be the play in towards this brackets position. Muteris playing out towards the long cubby corner.
MG standing, Roman taking damage. Muteris backed up to cubby. Roman goes down. This could be the key entity, but Manon checks it. Back turn on the first player, not the second, and from there the whole site defense crumbles. Stododo and just 5-on-2 retake against their favor. And this has got to be 18 for the Ninjas side. I mean, how do you even approach this retake? Just to get one deagle shot, but it's traded so quickly. And Fozzy just doesn't even let the second get away. Flawless half from the T side. 18-15, match point for the Ninjas again.
And they've been in this position before, though, Jay. They only need one to convert. They've got 3 opportunities, 3 rounds in the second half of the first OT to just find one. Pressure must be building to a massive extent for Saw, knowing that they are on a very fine line from going down into that lower bracket. No AWP out for the CT side. This is quite intriguing because Fozzy, he's been putting up some really big numbers as of late. He doesn't want it.
Well, no AWP for Saw either. I'm glad you mentioned that, actually. 30 bomb for Fozzy when you consider how slow he was to start in the first half. And now he's really going to become the man of the moment for this team. And look at just burning the 3 HP. He's still trying to play entry. This could be risky. Flash over, Mana with a simple kill to open things up. And that's 1 out of 5 that they need here. They've got so close to the 19-15 win here, Ninjas. And Saw, they got Stododo pressing forward, trying to bait in rotations. The T's have rotating back towards brackets, and they're getting called in upon. Roman gets Fozzy, 4v4.
A quick acceleration up towards that A play once they lose their opening pick towards Banana. Roman's incredibly low, though. Oh, this play in through the Moto position could just catch the CTs completely off guard. No one's really ready for it. Arky's just trying to pull distractions away, but the bomb gets dropped towards short. It's the most awkward position possible.
Roman will get one. Alex trading. Arky Stododo turning back. It's all on man and out at CT spawn. Gonna rotate because he knows where that bomb is. Does he? Oh, this could be disastrous. He's so confused. He's so turned around. And with this HP being where it is, I don't think he'll have enough time to go for the retake here. Re-smoke back down, flash over, face in, gonna get that first kill with the player at the backside. Just doesn't see Arky. And that's 16 to Saw. 3 rounds to make it happen. They've got one of the first.
Look, that lurk out towards B really scrambled the rotations, right? Because they knew that the bomb got dropped towards that short position, but then Madden's kind of considering, well, now that they've opened up B, are they rotating the bomb back in? And he was kind of caught in terms of going towards the A site and going over towards B, caught in hesitation. The Young Ninjas investing into the AWP, buying down to pretty much no money in the reserve now. And even the nade stack up towards the top of Banana has dealt with Madden. Opening kill coming forward from the T side, and now Saw is starting to put the pressure on.
Being all the T side, really, that's been sort of like the main sort of focal point of how these halves have gone. 3 easy, 4 ninjas, 1 taken by Saw, potentially even a second. I mean, they found that opening kill. Alex will not give up the follow-up just yet. Here towards the balcony here in the apartments. They didn't hear him drop, so they should know that he's up here. Flashes over, will catch him blind. They make their way out, find the man. That's going to be a kill. Burst through on Nilo, gets that one. Needs some support here because he's overwhelmed by T-side numbers, and they will get Safek here. They won't be able to utilize him to get the kills back. Bomb crosses, 3v2 retake. Plant coming in, Ninjas. Do they save or do they go for it?
I hope they save. I really don't want to see them go for this 2v4. They risk it all if they do. So much more of a safer approach to opt to go for the save, and yeah, they're backing off. I think this is a smart decision here for the Ninjas. They invested in last round. They've at least kept it in play. Buy's going to look awkward. There's no other way of looking at it. It is going to be rough, but at least it helps going forward. Otherwise, if they went for that retake and it all fell apart, it could have been even worse.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. Very risky sort of scenario. If it was a 3v2 to their favor, I would understand going for it. But the fact that it wasn't is, you know, it just makes a whole lot of sense. AK is, of course, staying in for 3 players on the Source side. Ninjas only have that AWP and the M4. The rest of the buy is going to be scrappy, but at least they'll be something together. Fozzy can drop some stuff. Sapet can drop some stuff. What will we see from the CT side? The Ninjas still with that 1 round to get to 19.
What?
To secure this map against Saw. What's up, Blake?
A Molly went down in CT spawn and Nilo's down to 76 points of health. Not really sure how that happened. Oh, Sapek, aggressive out towards the Logs position. If they can deal with just, that could be the opening advantage they need.
The body blocks, swing and a hit, comes through, continues that spray out towards the smoke position, can't quite find a secondary frag or any damage done for it. They'll back up and out of Banana control. That's a huge frag to take for the CT side, and Saw will struggle to find a trade to an even standing again. 5 versus 4, backed up towards mid and apartments, and Ninjas are happy to go passive.
Good start, that's what they need, man advantage. Nade up towards Arky's position does at least a decent amount as well. Saw. And losing another player. This could be the turnaround for Young Ninjas. Arky needs to try and deliver some damage. And they're aggressing in the apartments, but they don't know about him. Easy kill up for Arky on the lurk.
He couldn't find a second player. Now known the CT is going to adjust against him. And that Fama of Nilo is going to try and play supportive here. Play to deny the bomb plant first and foremost. Madden closing in the backlines, bursts through, gets to Dodo. Now Arky and Muteris, last 2 players out of apps on towards short. Muteris turning on. The bomb gets dropped by the Deagle and they drop back in against him. Alex closes it down and it will be 19 to 17. The Young Ninjas pulling off the task that we thought was impossible coming into this best of 1, and they'll move on to the winners match. That is a huge result for this team.
That's the biggest upset we've had in both seasons of the EDC so far, including the closed qualifiers. That's huge. That is such a big result for the Young Ninjas. Without their in-game leader, a stand-in coming forward. Alex played a best of 5 in October of last year. Before that, he had not played a HLTV official J in about 18 months. He has not been someone that has been around at the tier 2 scene for a while now, and saw a team that you could pretty much assume sort of in contention for maybe a pro league spot in the next season against an advanced team. They struggle in the best of 1. That is an embarrassment for the Portuguese today.
No, absolutely. I mean, it would be a friendly thing to say that it was all down to Young Ninja's efforts, but the reality is that there were a lot of mistakes being made by that Source side, which really gave them the opportunities. And, well, credit to the Ninjas because they were able to punish that. Part of the veterancy I could have seen with this organization to be able to teach them exactly how to make this work. So, do you know what? Like, it is what it is at the end of the day, and it is a best of one result. So there is always that sort of like, you know, caveat to add to it. You know, if it was a best of three, then that would have been absolutely unforgivable for Saw. But the fact it was a best of one, the fact it went to overtime is one of those things where it's like in isolation, it's like if a couple of rounds had gone differently, then maybe they could be the ones in the winners match.
Well, look, they were completely undefeated in the group stage in Season 1, Jay. That is not the case for Saw. They will be going down into the lower bracket. But we've got to see who's going to be meeting both the Young Ninjas and at least Saw. We've got another best of one on our hands, don't we, Jay?
Indeed, yes. Nemiga, we talked about them earlier being smiling at this result because this could lead to their 2-0 as they take on TPT after this short break in our second best of one of Group A. Do not go anywhere as the European Development Championship continues after the break.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
You said it all. I wasn't there. No longer trying. I flipped the coin. The tailor told me a waste of time. Waiting to hear you. Night and day, 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 waiting to hear from we keep the peace. You said it all. I wasn't there. No longer trying. I flipped the coin. The tailor told me a waste of time. Waiting to hear you. Night and day, 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 waiting to hear from
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
And welcome back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We're into our second best of one of Group A. If you're just joining us, then we just saw the Young Ninjas take on Saw, and surprisingly enough, it was Young Ninjas that won out the best of one. They'll be moving on to the winners match to face off against the winner of our next match between Nemiga Gaming and TPT. Surprises in server, an upset to kick things off in EDC Season 2, Dweg. The question is, will we see any more surprises coming into our second map up? What are your second matchup, I should say? What are your thoughts?
Look, initially I thought no, but now after seeing that opening best of one, it's kind of leaning on me to a bit, sort of saying, you know what, maybe I've got to be a little bit more broad on this best of one. We've got TPT, the ex-Avaz guys, and look, you know, last year they looked pretty decent. In the summer, they had some pretty decent results. They were sort of breaking in top 40 on HLTV. Unfortunately, a lot of players from that lineup have gone. We've seen Kai and Kyla go over to the Snacks and Code lineup at Anonymleo. Marcos is taking a bit of a break, and Rixie's gone, and we've seen some new names added through, and some names that I haven't even heard of, Jay.
Yeah, honestly, when you compare this lineup to the old Avaz lineup, it's like one of those things where it's like, the only thing they're carrying there is lineage, because it's Norrot. And I have to say, of all the people that I feel bad for in this world, Norrot's got to be up there somewhere near the top of the list, because like, he had a really good team, and then things started falling apart, and then they forfeited in the MDL relegations, and now he's just left to pick up the pieces of the spot that he's inherited from that team and trying to piece together what little he can with a squad, which, to be fair, they've been doing okay in advance. But when it comes down to a matchup like against Nemiga, like, you know, I think Nemiga have had their own struggles of their own, right? But the idea that they would lose to a team like TPT is, it's such a far gone, out of the blue, out of left field sort of result that I honestly can't even see it being possible, you know?
Well, look, I've got a quotation here from Narrot that he put up on Twitter about 6 or 7 days ago. He said, I was supposed to come back with something interesting appears on the horizon. I come back like a boomerang to the TPT squad with young, hungry players. The first test in the European Development Championship in a week's time. We don't have a lot of time to prepare, but we'll do our best. Yours, nice and warm. And I read that and I thought, oh, you know what? That's some positivity coming forward for the Polish team. But I don't know how much positivity is going to be on the server. The odds already at Paramatch are pretty heavily one-sided over to the Mega side, and we haven't even got the game started yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is one of the most one-sided odds pre-match I think I've ever seen so far in the tournament. Like, from Season 1, Season 2, and both qualifiers, like, that's just insane. 4.5 against TPT, and, I mean, they've got every right to think so. You know, it's Nemiga, it's Nuke. Nuke is not a particularly special map as far as I remember for Nemiga, but that's still one of those maps where it's like, listen, if you're going to play against TPT, you want to avoid the pug maps, and that most definitely is not a pug map. So they've definitely got themselves right off in the veto in that respect. And as well as that, the Nemiga are just generally competing at a higher level. Again, I've said that they've had their struggles as of late, but the main reason is because they're competing at high B tier and A tier tournaments. So it's like, it's not exactly one of those things where it's like, you know, this is a team that struggled at this level of EDC. I think coming down into EDC, Nemiga are going to have a real good time, but that's something we can elaborate on in a little bit more detail, because quite honestly, I think that all in all, like, this should be a very simple matchup for Nemiga. You know, when looking at this group, it was Saw and Nemiga that we saw looking at this, trying to make it out of the group stage overall, and Nemiga could be the ones that go 2-0, I think.
Certainly so. For Nemiga, I think things have really turned around from them, at least in the Tier 2 landscape. We had a moment over that Christmas break where Lollipop21k, their sort of big star player, actually was out for about a month or so with a broken wrist. He's come back into the lineup, but you are right. The results recently haven't looked that great on paper, but they have been playing in your DreamHacks. They played in 3 DreamHack events in the last couple of months. So going back down to the Tier 2 landscape, the last couple of events that they played in, both 9 to 5 and Vulcan Fight Series, they made playoffs where they went down to Gambit twice. So I think going into certainly this GSL group stage of Group A, this should not be too much of a struggle against the TPT side. It should be relatively easy on paper, but let's just see if the Poles can at least make it a contest, Jay.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy getting to double digits, you know. I think that should be the main sort of aim for this team, just to get some sort of impressive, hit the ground running and try and make things work, you know. Like, obviously, it will be it will be one of those things where it's like, you know, just start yourselves up with momentum, try see if you can get yourself some decency going here, and try and work off the back of you know, like a good sort of debut performance, even if you're not necessarily suspected to win. You know, I think any team coming into a group like this would probably expect not to win unless you were like a top tier team. So don't set your expectations too high, I want to say, for the likes of TPT. Let's see how far they can go. Let's see what exactly they can do. Pistol round is about to go live here between these two squads, and indeed, it's up on your screen. CT start for TPT. Have the Kevlar in for every player. No defuse kits in. Utility for Box and Joe over on the Nemiga gaming camp. Yes, here we go. It's our second map, our second match of the day.
Starting up on CT's side, going fast and towards the lower bomb site out from Saint. And Omega just looking to probably go in for an upper site hit, maybe a vent dive. A little bit of utility being lined up from the T-roof, and here comes the execution.
And Molotov's down, USP tapping through against Lollipop and Co. Out of the gate for MDS. Trades are good from Valo and Killer Cappy, doubling up for Killer Cappy in particular. And thank you, holding back towards the back corner. 2 versus 4. 4 Nemiga's challenge. And Box will go down, leaving it all to Joe here. Glock spam will get one good frag in the back lines, but it's Killer Cappy to close it out, and the CT defensive holds it. vent dive. They've got that first kill, and MDS are going to hang back, ready for the backstabs to come through. Only one player on the B site. Burst through of Nora, dealt with by Lollipop. And simple kills coming in. And Nemiga, like, again, you talk about tactics and whether they can just go for the same hit over and over again. And I think, honestly, they can, just because it's one of those matches where Nemiga are the favorites in firepower as well as tactics, you know. So, I mean, no disrespect to the TPT team, but, you know, these are guys experienced at a very high level of Counter-Strike. And, I mean, TPT just can't compete on a basis of head-to-head firepower.
And yeah, I suppose you can take direct comparisons between them and Saw in the sense that they've been like leading their region for God knows how many years now. And it's always been Nemiga towards the top end of the Belarus scene and Saw towards the top end of the Portuguese scene, with a couple of exceptions. But TPT having some okay results as of recently on Nuke and Advance. We saw them take 5 rounds against a strong Sinners side, who we'll see a little bit later on in the EDC. And a 16-0 only quite recently against the Case side, the Brazilians that are playing in EU. But outside of those 2 results, it doesn't really look like they're translating here over against Nemiga. They do have an AWP in action, Jay, but we need to see some rounds on the board from the CTs.
Yeah, Orps and M4s. Another buyback coming in for TPT. That 1 AK save from the last one for Rev. Zane pushed up towards the ramp control, backed up by Norrot in the aggressive positions. They will be able to take ramp and lobby control, but the T's are going towards outside this time. You asked for that little bit of a variety. The diagonal smokes will come through so they can make their way towards Secret, uncontested by any counter utility of the CT side. And I think they'll realize now that Secret is just being gained control of, so Zane's going to try and rotate back. Hold position here at the ramp entrance, but so far no contact from Nemiga.
They've had some pretty good rotations, though, from the City side. They've got the AWP from Sane playing out from ramp, and an M4's dropped towards lower 2. That's an R-Rot. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have any more utility to work with. Nemiga, though, how are they going to be able to try and isolate these picks? I mean, even for Sane, he's now sort of leaving his teammate out to dry.
Oh, good kill from Joe, taking out Norrot. Insane can respond back to the AWP, doubling up on Lollipop as well. Potentially even the triple, perhaps. He'll back off, leave the bomb plant to be secured here. So a 4 versus 3 gained by TPT. Rotations are inbound from the CET side, and they've extended pretty heavily up towards his ramp position. So Sane's not going to be able to get another good opportunity at this pick-in, unless Box wants to peek towards it. Indeed he does. There's a 3rd kill for the big green gun. AK moving up, burst through. Van Q's going to take down MDS. The Speedax left alone here. Drop in onto the bomb defuse. Tapped once. He's still there at Decon. Smoke up, sticking the whole thing. 10 seconds to it. And not even needing that much here. It's going to be one final frag for Kilcappy. There you go. A 3rd to the board of TPT.
Probably one of the best rounds we've seen from them yet. In towards lower. Yeah, the first kill comes out from Jo and towards Narot that was playing back default. But from there, the AWP is able to strike with a couple of kills. They are able to clear out lobby, bring a lot of players back into ramp to go in for that retake. And Nemiga just crumble. And they get Speedak on the AWP now to follow going into round 8. And TPT, though, let's see how much more of a contention they're going to be able to hold. Lots of flashes coming in towards the upper side. Fast out from Squeaky, but not before a couple of kills come out for the CT side.
All right, the count is in play for them. AK's cross-firing, taking out 2 in box and Lollipop. MDS also leaning up to look towards the upper rafters. Trying to catch off one more CT. They've left that position completely open, and in general, there's no one on the site itself. Backed up, smokes down, spray through from Rev, gets Speedak. Wall bang onto the HUD control, and nobody saw that coming. All 5 players from the CT side not even tagged up by Nemiga, and that is a much, much better hold from the CT side.
Things are starting to look pretty good pretty quickly for TPT. MDS and Jo, I mean, they might as well just save at this point. HE should be able to take him out. No! Somehow survives on 2 HP. Incendiary coming in, and that's going to deal the finishing blow. Jo now 1v5. Bomb on his back. Swing already coming through, taking a fair bit of damage. What a round from TPT. Not a single point of damage is done. They're able to pick up 3 AKs. They've still got the AWP. Are TPT coming into the action? It looks like they are.
Speaking of getting into the action, the only way you can get into the action is with some 6 skins. Here's some codes on screen that you can use at Hellcase. 70 cents and 15% refill bonus. Grab your discount and get what's yours only at hellcase.com. And that round, I think, is really the first time we've seen the potential of this team, you know? Like, obviously, we're coming into this one with a lot of question marks because I personally have not seen many of these players sort of performing. I know that you're a bit more in tune with their history and, you know, you're Mr. Research Man himself. But, like, you know, when you talk about, like, this team and who they are, it's like, you don't really know exactly what they could be capable of until we see it in the server. And well, that was a really good demonstration right there. No player getting tagged. This round, lesser so, though. VanQ trying to swing out very aggressive towards the outside control. 2 players there. He will tag up Joe to a very low amount of HP, but the ult for SpeedAct does trade it back. So 5-on-4 gain. Meanwhile, aggression coming in towards the ramp control. The T's unable to gain it. Rev's going to start swinging up against the AWP. Catch off that trade, though, so back to evens at a 4v4.
Good timing, unfortunately. Yeah, they don't know about JO's position. Caught out from hell. Kill Cappy, though, hearing a lot of these footsteps to the upper tape. Rev's now going to start to come out from the secret position, but he's still wondering where JO is.
Turn up here, AKC in the gun barrel, but so is Rev. Trades it out. MDS can respond. Box follows suit towards the main control. And Nora in a 1 versus 3. MDS seen, spray through, not able to take him down. And Nemiga do recover the round here. A good couple of early entries. I feel like a lot of TPT success could be down to how well they hold on to those early entries. And unfortunately, it's not quite able to regain control of the lead here. Odds continuing to spiral out of control for these guys. 7.5 over at Paramatch Dweck.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? You've got to think that for Nemiga, even though they're only in a 1-round advantage, that they are certainly the heavy favourites in this best of 1. And play towards outside once again. Decent nade onto the T side is going to do at least a little bit of damage onto Box and JO. Outside smokes coming through, and it is funny that, like, in the closed qualifier, we saw Ethereal actually going for those diagonal smokes. I think you mentioned it, that we are starting to see it a little bit in the tier 1 scene, but since that matchup in particular, I feel like the last couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of tier 2 teams going for those diagonal smokes. There's
a lot of advantages because I don't think you could put like an incendiary down to block it. You know how like
block at least one of them, yeah.
Yeah, if you set the piece towards the regular sort of like secret cross, then you know like you can put an incendiary close towards red box and that will block off a big gap, and you've got to use a third smoke essentially to get to that cross. So a lot less risky there for them. Meanwhile, speaking of risk, there's no risk taken for Nemiga to get into the B bomb, so get that bomb plant in. Lollipop's going to lurk upstairs, get 1 frag before he's traded by Rev. But TPT are taking their sweet time trying to get towards this retake. And all 4 players are coming in towards the ramp control here. Seeing how well they're able to deal with the retake. Flash in. Box could be in a hairy spot because he's right behind the shutter door. MDS watch if anyone in the back lines, and Box and SpeedAct deal with it. SpeedAct does fall, so does Box. 2v2 trades, but time is ticking. They've got to get to that bomb real quick, and they don't even want to go for it here. Despite the kits in play, they realize the time's ticked so far gone, so they'll just grab the AK and save it. Concede 6 to Nemiga.
And you wonder whether Narod needs to make a bit of a change-up in terms of the calling when it comes to the retakes, because we did see when they were able to retake that lower bomb site to win their 3rd round, they did slow it down quite massively and were able to overwhelm. But that time, it did feel like it was very slow. It was quite sort of... all the momentum going for them had just started to dissipate, and from there, as soon as Nemiga were able to find a couple of opening kills in that 4v4, they run out of time, even when the trades come back. Double orbs coming through now. Nalrod did this a little bit for the Aves side. He's now bringing it forward into round 11.
SMG and M4 trying to crossfire and burst through until that squeak door area, unable to connect. Any tags here? The AWP is saying it's going to be a bit closer to Joe. Ooh, the quick scope just comes up. A bit awkward there, but it does connect, and that's good enough for the CT side. 5-on-4 getting away at 66 points of HP. Nemiga stopped in their tracks for the outside control, and SpeedAx forced to back off for it.
Not bad at all. Sane dropping lower in towards Secret. And grants himself the opening pick onto JO. And Nemiga now, one of the... I want to say only times in a while that we've actually seen a man disadvantage go their way. And Box, just with a slow walk out from ramp, runs into the other AWP. Both orbs finding impact.
Yeah, 2 good kills. No trades from Nemiga. 45 seconds to the clock for them to try and find something to respond with. Rev here with the SMG close against MDS, sees his man, bursts through, doing no damage, taking some to return. Forced to back off. That Molotov might force him even further away. Standing in the midst of it is Killer Cappy. is the next to fall here. For the CT side, that first casualty gain. SMG still close, Speedak not ready for it. MDS can find the trade, but VanQ still up in the rafters, gets himself a triple as he holds down the A site on his lonesome, a fifth to the board of TPT. And they are keeping pace, you know. This CT side has gone pretty well so far for them. I am questioning whether or not the half switch is going to affect them in that respect, but for now, it's looking all right for them.
It is. It seems like the favourites today in Group A, Jay, are, you know, getting a good run for their money. They are not finding it as easy as certainly I thought. One round the difference. A lot of plays in towards a lower bomb site and from Secret so far from the CT side. And quick play outside, maybe a split in through main to the upper bomb side take by the looks of things.
Possibility. Box moving up. AWP looking on, drop through near the vents area. Did Lollipop hear it? Yes, he did. He takes down Revs through that smoke as a result. Good kill, opening things up here for the T side. Need those frags to go their way. They're limited on firepower and on utility as well, so they need as many advantages that they can possibly get here. Box is going to find an advantage of his own up here towards the heaven position, seeing the likes of Killer Cappy, taking him down. VanQ can respond towards main, but quick trades are good. AWP trying to no-scope on the ladder, but it does not land, so 4 versus 2, and both of the AWPs left in. They have to concede that bomb site control, and probably concede the round as well.
No, this doesn't look possible. Ooh, I was going to say, if Nalrock gets that pick, there might be a chance. 1v2, Saint might want to try and go for this. This is super aggressive. I don't know about that one. I would have much preferred to see the double AWP save, but look, they went for the risk and it didn't quite pay off.
Wouldn't it be great if it just dropped down the just dropped down out of heaven to avoid that Molotov and just, you know, clutch the 1v2? Yeah, no scope. That's what I'm saying, you know, like it's some simple stuff right there, you know, but yeah, nah, I mean, it was going to be difficult for the save call. I mean, it was going to be difficult for TPT regardless as soon as the Nemiga came in with that 4 versus 2. Good efforts to try hold the exit frags towards outside, but now they're down to Eco. And Deagle does do some initial damage there, but it's the only upgrade pistol that they had there, ENCE, so he's down. Players close for the USP, trust that they can get some decent damage, and Norrock will get boxed to 3 points of health. Now Lollipop's got to clear out the windows. Opening the double doors, Decon is going to leave one player as the lurker. As Rev and VanQ also fall elsewhere on the map. It's all we left to kill Cappy. Opens the door, does not deny the bomb plant, and even then there was so much time to the clock that if he got that kill, he probably would have gotten traded quickly.
Buy back from TPT. Not quite enough money to go for a double AWP setup. Nara just going to be on for the M4, same picking up the AWP, who's looked pretty decent so far. Hasn't put up a massive monster amount of kills, but it seems like when he does get going, he can find a couple of multi-frags in a certain round. And Nemiga, I mean, already 8 rounds on T. I think that's pretty superstitial so far. If they can get any more, that would be great, but I think they'll be quite satisfied with where they place themselves.
Or watching the edge of the smoke. I'm going to pop out of there. Risky advanced angle from the T side, if you ask me. Meanwhile, the AWP of the CT trying to get outside and have a bit more open space to work with. Can't see anything, though. Tag damage has been sustained, though. Joe to 4 points of health. It was the Heaven player that burst through, did its spray damage. AWP speed that looking on. Down towards the ramp control, top of the boxes as well. Nora with the M4. Jump facing, incendiary hits the wall, and that's not great for VanQ. Nora will keep his eyes on the advanced angle, though. The T's are suppressed.
We've seen double ramp play pretty consistently for the CTs, but Nara just goes dry, swings out to the open. They do bring a couple of players out from hell. VanQ in a very wide angle, does find one pick, but now it's down to Saint with the NWP. Yes, a wild kill comes through. The wide swing is absolutely ridiculous. And now they've got control towards the lower bomb site. This has to be another instant save for TPT.
Jesus, that I don't know how that AWP does not connect that shot, but MDS just popping heads. And, well, Rev and Kill Cap, you've just got to save. Like, there's just nothing left in this round. Like, shock of your life as well to see the AWPer lose that kind of a duel. Like, especially for the AWPer himself, just like, this is going to be an easy hold, and then you're dead. Like, you know, that's... yeah, well, what wasn't great. Wasn't great there from the TPT side, but Nemiga are going to get to 9. They've already won the T side half as well. Could be on for a 10-5 T side, which could potentially It could potentially be a very quick end towards this map, and might be able to put us back on track of the schedule as well. So, you know, there's always that sort of entity. Yeah, Nemiga are making light work of this one. They have been tested at times, but in general, they've maintained themselves.
And I think that duel right there really just, you know, shows the prowess of Pro CS. You know, you've got obviously your global elites, and then you've got your level 10s, and then you've got your tier 3, tier 2 teams. I mean, not even talking about your tier 1 opposition. Some of these duels are just ridiculously quick for Nemiga. And TPT, I mean, even the 5 back into round 15, it's not really that great. No AWP potential. Fast play outside. Box gets another great kill. This time round, it's an opening advantage.
Vanku dealt with Nora taking damage, dropping for Rev, somehow gets that kill on Lollipop as well. Smoke back, applying some cover, further nades in. Oh, tag to 4. Norot's going to fall to Speedak, and that Molotov from Joe should finally finish off the job. Indeed, it spreads far enough. Kill coming in. Sane does find a response though, and Joe can't catch that player over the rafters. Should have jumped out of the way. Did he escape? He's on 2 points of health. That was the most awkward dodge I think I've ever seen in my life watching professional Counter-Strike. Sane will finish off the job on him, but now 1v2 for the retake. The bomb will go down to the backside. An AWP with no kit for this. I mean, if he peeks in, gets a kill on towards the ramp player, that might be plausible. MDS will be the next big concern, though. Smoke on the right, flash through. No, shut down by the AK. 10-5 to the board. But Nemiga, and a very good T side to start things off.
And sometimes you look at a 10-5 half, and if they didn't win pistol, you can understand it to an extent, but considering TPT won pistol and the anti-eco, it's not really a lot of rounds on CT side. And, well, certainly, get the most for watching your game. Sign up and grab your bonus from Paramatch. Click on the banner below to get all the information on how to get involved. Because I think, Jay, we might be moving over to a best of 3 pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and the young ninjas having to struggle through that last best of 1, seeing this confidence coming out from Nemiga. Talking about Nemiga smiling about the previous result, and now knowing that young ninjas may be watching this one. It's like, oh boy, this is not going to be a pretty sight if they're able to maintain themselves going into the BO3. Seen 2 tacticals back-to-back from TPT and Nemiga. Probably the pistol round. I'm not sure what they're going to be discussing, considering it is pistol tactics, but let's see where they go with this one. I would suspect that Nemiga would have a game plan to hold off the CT defensive. The CT half is the better half as well for them statistically on this map.
Oh, you know, one thing that just comes to the top of my mind, actually, that when we were casting the closed qualifier is the extra tactical timeouts in overtime. We actually didn't get to see any used in that last best of 1. We saw, like, all 4 tacks being used by the young ninjas in regulation in the first 30 rounds, but we didn't get to see any extras being used in OT.
Do you think the teams are, like, conscious of that fact? Like, obviously, they've been made aware due to the rule book, but it's like, you know how, like, teams are just, like, they just think that the rules are standard across all tournaments, and it's like, you know, do you think they even, like, just have the thought, like, oh, yeah, we can have another tactical pause here in the overtime? I never know. Either way, it's going to be 2 kills for Lollipop and Box. Thank you, and Kill Cappy are dealt with onto this secret control play, and 3 players to swing back downstairs from the CT side. They've caught all information on where these TPT players are at. And they're going to try to counteract them 1-to-1 on those trades. Molotov's in, smokes down. Satan's going to try to play entry. Does deal with speed act. Look back towards the back of Dark. Awkward shots that's connected with Lollipop in the end. One player upstairs, and Nora gets that kill. Okay, that was impressive. But Joe getting 1 trade with 2 versus 2 box close. And Sane lands on him as well. Okay, this is a pretty good pistol from TPT as MDS is left alone to retake.
What a recovery. 3v5, they're able to get the bomb down, but now it's down to the clutch to MDS, playing out towards Dark of Zane, and MDS is gonna fall. What a kill. A wide swing comes out for the P250, 4 kills for Sane. Or maybe you could say that was insane.
I was waiting for you to make that pun. Huge stuff from that P250. That was real good there from TPT and from Sane in particular. Considering they lost those 2 frags early on when they tried to make their way down through Secret, like the fact that they were able to isolate those 1v1s, that's all right. That's not too bad from them, and it does give them a little bit of a bolster going into the rest of this half. You talked about that 16-0. I'm not sure if that was down to their T side or their CT side going so well, but that is a positive sign for them at this stage. But that's not so much. Lollipop with that first kill and that second makes it 3 towards the ramp control as they feed him the kills. One by one they face, and one by one they'll fall.
That's poor, and it just falls apart even further. You've got 2 players outside. If there was another player with him towards ramp, I wouldn't mind the swing. Yes, it's down by one, but the bomb's alone, and there's no teammates to support. Rev is now in a 1v2 situation. This should be a simple kill for MDS to close out the anti-eco force buy. That's disappointing. TPT are just in shambles, I want to say, on the contact out from ramp.
And again, just seeing how confidently that pistol round went, and then just following it up with that kind of a round, that's just, well, the excitement, the hype just died. So,
yeah.
Yeah, what do you want to do to that is the real question for TPT. How do you respond to that kind of a play? Because they're down to Deagles on a force buy, which could still do some damage. We've seen plenty of decos over the course of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, and they have come up with some surprising results. Nemiga happy to do so right here on this CT half. He's going with that 12th to that board, and if they can do so, that'll be 13 with an eco coming through. Box will get that opening kill. Van Q can trade it back. Try to get back out of dodge towards the outside control. Rev's also in secret, and Joe might not be aware of it. Sane's next to full, and indeed Rev is going to be swung upon by the M4. Good shooting, accurate touch, accurate shots, accurate crosshair placement, and well, TPT not going to get away with anything in this round.
They're running out of rounds here, Jay. Deagle outside from Van Q does actually find a couple of kills, and I thought for a moment there that things could have spiraled out of control for Nemiga, but they clean up. MDS finding that last kill, and 12th on the board. And TPT have to eco here. They can't afford to force buy again. Try and get those rifles forward into round 20. I don't even really like to see any investment in a round like this, but they have decided to go for a Deagle.
Hey, credit where it's due, you know, TPT putting up the heart on the Nemiga gaming side. I mean, there's a very low amount of money considering they've just, you know, won anti-eco or won a force buy and then won the 2 rounds after the fact. Kill for Box, bursting through, back onto Rev and Van Q. Nurot's going to get taken out as well by Lollipop elsewhere onto the ramp entrance. And yeah, Van Q next to drop. Lots of those pistols, just so they can get the drop off the silo boost, but only real pistol in play is for Shane the Deagle out. Next kill coming in, he does get 1 exit. Be careful to give him up the simple headshot angles, which is exactly what one player in the backlines will do, I believe, at the Speedak. But 1 player to fall for the CT side, looking much better trying to deal with these ecos. And now the AKs will come out for TPT, 13-6, a bit more of a one-sided scoreline than the previous map up, and Nemiga only a few rounds away from victory. If they can get this rifle round to work, then I have a feeling that might just seal the deal here, Dweg.
Yeah, this has got to come down to the comebacking abilities of their in-game leader of Narot from the T side. What can they bring forward? Nades looking like they want to be lined up from the T-roof position, maybe going in for an upper take, but a bit of an aggression outside. 2 players playing close towards T-Red, and look at the damage from NDS. That was a triple nade stack by the Ts. 5
HP. Down and out of this one. It's not quite dead yet, but what can MDS realistically do on the bomb site now? AWP speed, that swinging in does not quite land on Van Q. Landing a tag, but just the hair off position. Now allows the AK to get the opening kill, so Nemiga getting a bit overly aggressive in this one. AWP kind of had no choice, though. Trying to hold from the passive big box angle, red box angle, it is not exactly a good idea. Box can find the trade back on Van Q. That might be the possibility to keep the run going for Nemiga, but it's outside smokes coming in. He knows it. Incendiary try to block them off. He tries and holds back on the defense.
Yeah, there's not a lot of utility here for the T side, and even a little bit of a gap in that outside smoke might give the information that it's just a fake outside. That 1 player of a lurk of Rev, it looks to be an inside play, maybe a vent dive at most.
M4 waiting, Rev sneaks up, Box has no idea, but still gets the kill regardless, so 4 on 4, and now they deal with it. Box turns up for 2, now Joe can swing out and strike, trade back from Sane, keeps it at evens. Bomb out here, Van Q's going to pick it up, he's low HP, and they're going to dive through the vents. Good call there from TPT, they will secure the bomb plant.
Chucking the AWP over to the low HP player, but rotation's coming quickly towards ramp, and Lollipop is at least wasting more time. Bomb gets dropped, it gets picked back up, and it's down to the low HP player on the retake. MDS is on 5 points of health, lots of advantages up for Sane with the AWP.
Gonna land one bullet on any weapon. If he had the AK, he'd be at the advantage, but got to land the first shot accurate, and he misses it, leaving MDS with a simple headshot. 5 HP clutch, no problem. 14 to the board of Nemiga.
Look, they get a bomb plant so they can rebuy and reinvest into rifles for TPT, but when you look at that round, that has to be converted. A 2 versus 2 goes down to a 1v1, and certainly make sure to check out Paramatch, our fantastic betting partner. I'll click on the banner below to get all the details on how to get involved. Nemiga, what a clutch to win too, getting closer. You can almost feel like they can taste victory from here.
Yeah, AK is in with the utility set, the bomb plant bonus coming through, rush out, MDS seeing what's coming through, his teammate maybe a goner, no, Joe lines up 2 and MDS gets a double of his own. Bomb out in the open, staying in the 1 versus 4, this one's done. Round over for TPT, and that rush tactic with a heavy buy, leaving to nothing. No bomb plant, no bonus, no nothing. 9 match points for Nemiga to work with, and this should be over here for TPT. It was a good effort in the first half, but on the T-side switch, it's all falling apart.
Yeah, it hasn't quite gone the way they would have hoped. And no rounds, like you said, over on this T side. They went in for the rush towards the upper bomb site that last round and, well, weren't successful there either. Aggressive play coming out for Lollipop. I thought he was going to push that smoke out from ramp, but decides, you know what, the safer option is probably to fall back and play more passive.
Good idea. Trying to get out of dodge here as Nora watches for the vent dive. AK, thank you. Does come up good against Box at the very least. The outside control swung upon by the CT forces, getting that kill in, opening up the round. Sane also swings back on Joe, gets that headshot. Caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. So 2 kills untraded for TPT.
Yeah, a bit of an aggressive play, knowing that they were down a man advantage. So they decide to go in and make a bit of a play, and it doesn't quite work. Jo loses his life too, so it's down to just 3 players. Speedak with the AWP, AK up for Lollipop, and MDS with that M4. Now, Nara has gone in for the vent dive very early on into the round. Hasn't quite found anything with it so far. Where do TPT want to go from here? Do they want to try and go into the vent dive, hit that lower bomb side, maybe try and take some ramp control and work off the back of Nara?
30 seconds. Molotov's in as Rev tried to drop down here.
Just save, I
towards the
think.
site. Yeah, I think that's the best call for Nemiga. I think they agree on that particular respect. Money's not great despite them losing as many rounds in a row. And again, that's to TPT's credit. They've kept these rounds very expensive, very damaging. So, seeing where this has gone. Hold on to the weapon. 7 to the board of TPT. A survival round at this stage in the game. For Nemiga, they won't be able to get away so easy with the victory.
And this is the debut for TPT on HLTV as well, Jay. So if they can hopefully try and make this comeback competitive, that will try and maybe lift up their spirits. But yeah, 7 rounds so far. It's not quite enough to really be thinking like overtime is likely. If they get to double digits, I think that would be a lot more of a realistic goal, because for Nemiga, in a 3v5, they opt just to go for an instant save, so we know the rifles are going to follow back out. They can even double AWP onto Jo if they want. That's certainly an option. No, they're going to opt against it for the meanwhile.
Yeah. Filling in abundance for him and for the rest of the CT forces. No player limited. AWP of speed that could still do some damage. He hasn't really been as impactful for Nemiga. I guess he hasn't really been needed, but 6 kills so far in this matchup doesn't usually indicate a positive entities, but kill Cappy that takes out Box to start things off, so maybe he is going to be needed to do some sort of trade potential here. Outside control being hunted from above those smokes. Box being the first to fall here. TPT. Playing inside for the most part here, out towards the lobby control. And just going to isolate those kills towards Squeaky Door and what have you. Smokes towards outside, flashes coming in. Trying to swing on the AWP, but so far Speedak is not giving up any info.
No, that was lucky. They didn't have that third smoke, so Vanku could have got spotted out by the AWP and just got picked off. Not the best of smokes outside, but a play in towards Secret can be on the cards. Another play towards lower, perhaps, considering they look like they want to try and take some ramp, and Vanku's even going aggressive into garage.
Looking back here, Vanku moving up. Back is turned for the AWP Swedes. Got to catch this shadow, he just sees him. What an adjustment from Speedak. That might turn the tide of this round. 35 seconds. They have been able to gain ramp control for it, though, here, TPT. One player back lower, though. Look at Lollipop here towards double doors. Could also swing up an observation. He's going to hear all these footsteps and know that they're coming into the B-bomb site. Rotations will be called. But what will he do? How can he counteract it? Taking a fight. Not able to win it out. He goes down. And CT's on rotate. All coming in from the vents area. Flashbang in. Going to try to think and catch off that first player. Rev also seeing swing and hit spray through. Continues, Sane trades it back and follows suit on Speedak. It's all left to Joe. 1 versus 3. And it looks like TPT are going to get yet another survival round.
Yeah, round by round, they're bringing it back. And now get their 8th. And, I mean, what a read. What a shot that was coming out for the NWP of Speedak. It's almost like someone whispered in his ear that there was a backstab coming through. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to turn the round in their favor. Now, Lollipop 21K realizes that he's the only defender towards lower, that he has to engage into a fight. And from there, the post plant is just so successful. Eco round coming through, not a lot of upgrades coming out for Nemiga, and it's the aping kill coming through from the AWP. Kill Cappy finding 1-2. And you've just got to wonder, at what stage do we see Nemiga get to 16? How many more survival rounds are going to possibly come through from TPT? That's the big question.
Well, it's just that's the main sort of thing when you're on match point, you know. And with such a ridiculous If he's left alone, his teammates backed up, expecting to make the way towards Secret, and Norot does go down. Huge kill that now gets information. Footsteps at 20 seconds. VanQ does get Joe. One more player observation could line up 2 frags, but no. Sane turns around at AWP, gets that kill. 12 seconds left. They're going to drop that bomb partner real quick. MDS still focusing upstairs as Speedak turns up. Bot's going to get forced forward. Player planting towards the back lines of the site, and Rev got to spray through, got to get some kills, but no, he drops and kill Cappy. Left at the double doors, seen by Boxsters, take that kill, takes a dink back to just 12 points of health. And now CT is closing in. The bomb is not planted for him either. Speedak with the orb, facing in, sees his kill, sees his man and gets the round, gets the matchup for Nemiga. 16-9, they're off to the winners best of 3 against TPT. A real good effort from the Poles, you know, like that was actually not even a bad sort of map from them. I think that getting towards double digits would have been the main sort of achievement to make. And the fact that they were there, you know, within touching distance of that, I think it's an okay sort of circumstance, given what they were actually, you know, the circumstances coming into this matchup.
Yeah, look, I think they'll be happy with that. Again, this is their debut on HLTV. They're a pretty new lineup with not a lot of experienced players. Look, we got to see some glimpses, right? Sane in particular dropped like nearly 25 kills. I thought that he was really impactful with that AWP. Some nice clutches came here or there, but overall, Nemiga were just in complete control of that map. They were always on the front foot. They always had the lead. They pretty much had the economy going for them for the most part. Yeah, maybe they did struggle to close that map out in the end and gave a couple of survival rounds up. But for Nemiga, they're going into the upper bracket best of 3 where they're up against the Young Ninjas, a team that they probably didn't think they were going to play here today.
With a performance like that against TPT, against underdogs like the Young Ninjas who are expected to be in the lower bracket, that could be a positive sort of sign for the Nemiga side. Will they be able to close it out in 2-0 and move on to the playoffs easy as that today? We'll find out after this short break as our first best of 3 of the group stage will continue and come back after the break.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
watching the world outside and it just can't reach me now. A light high in the endless skies. I'm over the city lights and my feet won't touch the ground. And my feet won't touch the ground.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
And welcome back to the European Development Championship, powered by Gaming Multi, a home of gaming excellence. We're into our final match of the day, our first best of 3 of the entire season, which will decide who is moving out of Group A completely undefeated and into the playoff stage at this early stage of the tournament as well, Dwayne. We couldn't have expected to see these two teams here, or at least one of them at the very least in the Young Ninjas side. Nemiga absolutely dominating TPT in our last best of 1 of the day, and of course the Young Ninjas pulling off the upset against Saw, looking to make a surprise run through the tournament here. I have to say, Nemiga coming into this one, definitely the favourites overall, Dwayne.
No doubt about it. I think a lot of people expected Saw and Nemiga to meet in this position, but look, that's not the case at all. Young Ninjas had the upset to go into the upper bracket best of 3, the qualification match, to get the first team into the playoffs. And look, I think in a best of 3 context, Young Ninjas can hold a pretty good contest. We've seen in the best of 3s that they've played, yeah, maybe they're not too successful when it comes to victories, but they do often take quite a lot of maps away from some pretty decent opposition. But I think this is their biggest challenge. Saw was probably one of the strongest teams they've ever played on HLTV. This is probably close to them as well.
Yeah, I'd say so. You know, like it's very curious how similar parallel the performances from the Nemiga and the Source side have really come down the years. You know, as you mentioned, sort of the main representatives for their respective teams, their respective regions, and now, you know, I was hoping that we get to see which of the regions was the better one, if you will, in this particular matchup, but we won't get to see that. Maybe tomorrow if the Nemiga get upset today, but for the most part, I'd say they are the favorites in this best of 3 context. Young Ninjas, they can pull off an upset in a best of 1. I don't think a best of 3 is going to be quite as easy, and you can see what those maps are at this moment. Inferno, Nuke, and Mirage. The odds favor Nemiga. I wanted to ask you about this veto, Dwayne. How do you think it's gone for the Ninjas? How do you think it's gone for Nemiga? You know, the first map pick is the Ninjas side, and, you know, we saw them do a decent job on Inferno a little bit earlier today. Do you think they can replicate results?
I think so. I'm actually very pleased that both best of 1s that we've already seen are now coming through into the veto again for the respective map picks. Inferno coming off straight away, picked by the Young Ninja squad. Then we've got Nuke. And then Mirage out as the 3rd map. And look, Mirage is a bit of an interesting one because it's probably one of Nemiga's weaker maps. They don't play it very often. When they do, their results haven't been that fantastic on it. So I think we're in a similar position. I mean, we've said it for the best of 1s that probably each respective team have been quite happy with how the vetoes have panned out. I think that both teams will be relatively happy with how all 3 of these maps have panned out.
Yeah, I'd say so. We've got some very strong picks in this one, and we will tread some familiar ground, as I mentioned before. As you obviously mentioned, Inferno, the pick of the Ninja side, played in the first best of 1 between them and Saw, and Nuke, the pick of Nemiga, played between them and TPT a moment ago. Mirage is where things will get a bit interesting, I think, and overall, I do think that the veto is going to get won out by Nemiga, or at least, you know, the series will get run out by Nemiga. Mirage is a bit of a contentious one because it's one of those maps that doesn't have a great win rate, but it is also one of those maps they play against top teams like Gambit and G2, and you know, those big sort of like DreamHack events is where they'll tend to lose it, you know.
Well, that's another complexion that sort of gets thrown into the mix, is that, yeah, maybe their win percentage isn't that high, but when you look at the teams that they're facing, you go, geez, this should be a breeze. And look, that's kind of the attitude I think we had in the opening best of 1 for Saw and Young Ninjas. It should be a breeze. Yeah, maybe that second best of 1 was sort of that kind of style for Nemiga, but going into this best of 3, Nemiga should have the opportunity of pouncing at this. This is such a great draw for them to get their progression forward, to get into the playoffs, because this is the first time we've seen either of these 2 teams in the EDC before. We saw Saw in Season 1, but we haven't seen either of these teams in Season 1.
Yeah, Nemiga definitely, you know, again, to talk about their sort of performance and where they've been at in World Counter-Strike, they've competed at a higher level than a lot of the teams in EDC. And so, like, coming down to EDC, I guess you could say it's, like, you know, going to be a bit of a breath of fresh air. It might be nice to see them, you know, sort of win again, you know, to sort of, like, bolster their confidence going forward in other tournaments. I don't know how much of a focus they're going to put behind the EDC overall, but we'll find out as we get to our best of 3. And again, they are still favorites on the basis of who they are and how they're able to play Counter-Strike. On the CT start, Ninjas for the map pick, therefore they get to T side. And they have got the raid boss in on Man and limited utility for Alex. And the double flash and defuse for Box over on the CT setup. It's going to be banana control coming in initially, but mostly spread out for the defaults here.
Lollipop just jiggle peeking down from mid. Hasn't really seen any contact or any information. A couple of players towards the broken wall position for the CT side, out towards the sandbags, bait and switch set up, and the flash comes through for Jaya to find that first pick. Great start. Another flashbang comes through. They're so blind, and Speedak follows up with a couple of kills. Oh, what a start for Nemiga and Young Ninjas. Well, they're just down to a couple of players.
Perfect flicks to the heads, nice and easy for Nemiga. The Ninjas out of the apartments and into the short control. As Fozzie goes down, Nilo's left alone, desperately struggling to get that kill. MDS jumping to throw his accuracy off. off, and he gets a couple of headshots in his own right. The bomb's not with him, so he's got to win every single one of these 1v1s. And he's got himself a 3K as a result. Glock back out, looking back in, seeing the next player is Speed. That got to look towards the apartments as well, where the next player of Go's coming in from, and at point blank, Nilo gets the shock of his life, as Nemiga will be able to secure the pistol. Very accurate shots coming in from both the Banana players and from Nilo on the side. You can watch them once again to see how well this round played out for both teams.
No, that was superb. At least the start was for Nemiga. And look, one thing, I mean, we've casted Nemiga a lot over the years, right? And one thing they've always been known for is just so hungry. And I thought the way they played that 5v1 was just so reckless. They're able to convert the pistol rounds in their favor, but it should have been so much more convincing after that start. A couple of great flashes towards that Banana position. And Young Ninjas, they don't even want to deagle this round out, not even want to go for the force buy. They've got one deagle in play, but it's mainly Glocks.
Spam through the smoke, allowing Joe to get the opening kill on Manning. As you mentioned, no force buy. They want to go with the straight eco round for the most part. I don't think they dropped an upgrade pistol on the part of Manning either, so it's just this deagle in. Nilo next to full, nice and easy. Lollipop moving up with the SMG. MDS going to get his kill in the apartments. Last two players held out towards the Mexico and ramp positions. Zapek, well, not much he can do from here. It was a pretty standard eco cleanup from Nemiga. 2-0 to the start. And the Young Ninjas back up for the buy. AK's out very early for this team.
Yeah, get those rifles forward. No Galils coming through for the T side, so it will mean that we're not going to see full utility sets, at least for the majority of the players. I wonder if Nemiga go for a bit of an aggressive play, considering that they've still got 3 of those MP9s in action. And play up towards a Banana position, smoke down towards a broken wall to maybe get a little bit of aggression coming through towards Banana. Nice and fast out for Lollipop 21k, but the AK finds that first pick, not before the trade comes back, however.
So a lot of aggression from the Young Ninjas out towards Banana over their CT side. Nemiga trying to replicate and do some damage with it. Got good with that first frag, but the trades are good, and now Young Ninjas in at a 4v4 with a lot more damage done towards Box here. He's the player worse for wear. Joe is tagged as well, so Ninjas overall gaining a pretty significant HP advantage, and they are scrambled. A very awkward rotation for Nemiga. I don't know what's going on there. It seems like the A players just swapped with the B players.
Yeah, I have not seen that before. The entire B defense swaps with the entire A defense. That was very intriguing. So that does mean the high HP players are going to be over to B. Unfortunately, it does look as if Young Ninjas are leaning into an A play. And really, you want the high HP players in towards where the action is. And smoke down towards that long position. Manon smoking off for Moto. And 45 seconds left on the clock. Young Ninjas, where are they going to go from here? Surely it's got to be into A.
I mean, it has to be at this stage. They'll flash up and I'll try to confirm their prejudices. But Box and Joe with a task and a half. 3 HP and 27 HP respectively. Turn away from the flash up. SMG does get away with 1 kill, but the quick cleanups from the AKs going to leave the save call for Nemiga. Have no choice in the matter. Best to hold on to the head. Kevlar, the Fama in the case of Speedak. They can get a bite together in the next round, so long as they hold together these weapons. They can also grab an AK as well, so that's even better for the CT side.
I really have the feeling that if they maybe rotated one of the weaker players over to A and had like 1 weak player at A and 1 weak player at B, probably would have worked out a little bit better with the crossfires, but it was a little bit more of a gamble, a little bit more of a high-risk play for Nemiga to rotate 2 over towards B that were on 100 HP. They do pick up an AK, so they do get something away from it, but a 1,400 loss bonus, they'll be able to buy back. I wonder whether they go for an AWP, though. I mean, Jayo's got the opportunity of buying down onto 1, get a glass cannon out. And one thing to kind of mold over, Jay, I think, for the next sort of few rounds, while we get a moment here to have a look at the odds from Paramatch.com. Heavy favourites up for the map winner of Nemiga on Young Ninja's map pick, which is a little bit surprising. But do please make sure to get your bonus for the first deposit. Click on the banner below to get the information. Is that Fuzzy, the AWP for Young Ninjas, really popped up in that opening best of 1, where Speedak on the AWP and their best of 1 didn't really do a lot.
I mean, again, Speedak wasn't really needed because it was the rifles that were really going. And it's going to be Sapek the first to fall for the Ninjas side as he just aggresses and faces further forward. And Box just going to grab that AK off the back of that opening kill. I mean, a lot of aggression from Ninjas that doesn't really go anywhere. 2 more players up towards this broken wall. I think one might boost on top of the other. but just forced away by utility here. Very well played for Nemiga in towards that banana position as they just fall right back and force Ninjas to think about a rotation.
A good start again out for Nemiga. Contesting this banana control. I mean, Box might even get flashed in from his teammate Jayo to go for a bit of an aggressive peek, and that's exactly what happens. Turns with the flash. It is going to be Fozzy, though, to find the 4-on-4, so an over-aggressive play from Nemiga doesn't quite work out, and now we're back to evens.
Box default. Eventually, they do vacate the banana position on the Ninjas' side. Jayo held towards the cross angle, ready for contact. He's just going to go passive and I think wait for the retake, which is a good call, I think, because the 3-man stack towards the A bomb site may prove positive for the CT camp. They've got the incendiary down for MDS fam at the ready. Alex gets that kill, Lollipop and Nilo trading, and the drive-by works wonders, leaving it all to Joe at a 1 versus 3. And while I did say that the 3 players on the A site would work wonders for the defense, but alas, Ninjas forcing the issue well held from them.
Just some really great engagements out towards A site. Good wide swing comes out from Nilo to find a couple of kills. I'm a little bit surprised how aggressive Jayo is to trying to look for a bit of an exit frag. I mean, just falling back and play passive on B is probably his best bet. Make sure that they hold that M4 in play. Now, they probably won't force here. I mean, I've always got to consider it's a CIS team, right? You would expect them not to force, but you just never know sometimes with these teams. They're so random. What do you reckon, Jay?
I'm trying to think about it. It's like...
I really hope they don't force, but...
I mean, but that's the thing. It's a CIS team, though. And,
yeah,
well, that's the thing, right? That was the prevailing attitude. M4's out. SMG's a 5-7 for Speedak.
They better make it work.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it's CIS, so anything can happen on a full play. So, yeah, they better make it work to try and keep the economy game together. But at the same time, it's like, well, Ninjas have the AKs out to work with, so Sapek to drop the 66 very early on, so a decent start for Nemiga, but no kills in the early round here. It's just passive control. Finally, Joe does force one out. Sapek is close, though, and he gets both the players on the CT side. That's a quick hit. They can gain B site access and get the bomb plant. Yeah,
this round's over. They've got to save towards a short position. There's no way in. B-site's already been taken. A couple of great kills. Like, Jayo got boosted up towards the broken wall to find that first pick, and it looked decent. And then all of a sudden, Sapek just gets aggro to deal with both of them. And he was certainly a player that did a lot of heavy lifting when it came to the opening advantages and the opening kills on the T side in that opening best of 1. And you could just see what he does right there. And Nemiga do not have options to go in for this retake, so their best bet is just to hold on to the weapons. Now, really, they probably can force again, right? Because the loss bonus is starting to get a little bit stronger, and with 3 players in, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they force another time.
It's questionable, though, for Nemiga to force twice in a row.
The thing is, you just keep forcing, like, you think you're, like, trying to chase your losses, and sometimes it works, but if you keep chasing your losses, you just keep losing rounds and you lose momentum. So it's one of those difficult ones to weigh up. I mean, I was watching Forza a couple of days ago where they forced like 5 times in a row. And it is expected for some of these CIS teams. Like...
That is just typical of Forza. Like, just so typical.
Well, they're coming in Group D, I think, in a few days' time.
That is true. That is true. They would be taking on the North team if they hadn't just disbanded today, so, you know. AK set, M4s, 5-7s, the Eagles. For now, Nemiga will be back to a half buy. So no forced investment from the CT camp for a second round in a row, which I can respect it. I mean, look, the money line's in a real good spot here. Like, if they just take it on the chin, like, they've still got a lot of firepower considering the money that they have. So, you know, for them, it's like, okay, well, we can work with the next round buy. If we get anything in this round as a bonus, if not, that's cool as well.
Going in for a bit of a lean now towards a B site. That one M4 of Lollipop 21k being boosted up towards a new box position. Young Ninjas are running out their default, quite widespread. Just leaving Manon towards the top of Banana while they might try and take some contact towards the apartments and brackets position. And for Nemiga, I'll be interested to see where some of these re-smokes go down. You've got Lollipop 21k and Speedak with a little bit of utility in terms of smokes. Maybe try and slow the play down. And Bomb leaning in towards the banana position, looking like it's going to be a bit of a B play into the stack of the city side.
Flashes in to allow one player out to the long control on the T side. 39 seconds, Sapek. Try and lead the charge in towards the B play, and it looks like it will be a B commitment from the Young Ninja side. 30 seconds to go, and the fourth player going to make his way up. Molotov towards Dark, smoke to cross, none to Coffins, and there's Lollipop with a spray down. Gets 2 kills as they line up and peek together for it. Finally, Nilo finds a trade, but it's still 2 players on the side. Bomb being dropped as Nilo goes down. It's all left to Fozzy. Here trying to see if he can pick up control. He goes down to Joe, and Alex, the stand-in, to stand up for his team, spraying wildly, desperate to get killed, switching out to the Glock as well. Somehow gets boxed, but he doesn't have enough time for the plant. It's on a 3-second marker, and Speedak can just swing, take the kill, grab the AK, and grab the round for Nemiga.
And I love how they've forced twice in a row, and then it's the eco that's actually the one that converts. And that's going to do a lot of damage to the reserve money line for Young Ninjas. They'll be able to get a buy back into round 7, get AKs up for everybody, but there's a chance that they can get reset. 1900 loss bonus is not a lot. And Nemiga just win a round out of nowhere. And it started with that one player, the M4 Lollipop towards Nubox, doing so much damage. And the stack coming through. Speedak going quite aggressive with the AWP. Could be on for an opening pick, but no, doesn't quite come through.
Nade onto cross, avoided by Joe. Swing and hit, perfect flash in from Manin, but he only goes so far as to get a single kill out of it. 4 on 4, I should say, being gained here by both squads. Now he's back to respond here. Manin's still pressing up quite far forward, and Joe eventually punishes him for his over-aggression, so that's a kill to be found. And the man of Vice tip into the favor of Nemiga.
Yeah, they just kept fighting there. I mean, normally you just see the CTs falling back and just giving up the top banana control, but instead they just knew that if they keep wide swinging, they probably find the advantage. AWP now drops that bomb, 4 on 2 position. Nilo and Alex really need to try and bring this back, but how do they even do so? They've got to somehow find an advantage, some sort of pick. They've got to work off each other's contact, and they're coming in from 2 very different angles.
Pin out to the apartments. There's MDS with a kill on Nilo. Alex dealt with immediately by Speedak. Nice and easy. Decimation coming in. And a tactical timeout called in for the Young Ninjas here. We're very liberal with their usage of it in the best of 1, so happy to see that they're being just as liberal with it here. Right moment to take a tactical timeout as well, because Nemiga currently, they're being tested and they're being stressed, so Ninjas have a chance to, maintain control and get us back to, an even standing, potentially even take the lead.
You've got to think here for Nemiga, it kind of rides for their momentum if they can take this map, because if they do, I think it's going to be over pretty quickly. But while we've got a little bit of a moment, check out our partner, hellcase.com, and use some promo codes to save more and grab what you deserve. And certainly some very nice cases up on offer from all different price ranges to get some really cool skins and build up your inventory. The Young Ninjas, though, not quite going in for the force buy after taking the tactical pause. It's going to be a pretty heavy sort of, not quite a half buy, but more sort of an eco.
Yeah, held into the banana position. Young Ninjas are forcing the CTs out of the way. They are very quick about this execution. Flash over, M4 bursting through. Can't quite find the kill. The nade might be able to do some extra damage. Double nades in, but blocks to take one from beyond the grave. And Joe at Coffins will hold his own, get himself some tidy frags. And a 3-on-2 gain. A wraparound from Alex going to leave Fozzy all alone. So this Deagle has got to do it all. And Lollipop shuts him down with his back turned towards the CT4. So it's 1-on-3 now for Alex. P250 in tow. AWP has seen him. He's got time to work with, but just not enough firepower. And he goes down to the 5th to the board of Nemiga Gaming.
And look, on those sort of like pistol rounds, we actually saw Young Ninjas rushing the sword lineup a couple of times and be very successful. Great protocol they're coming out for Nemiga. They didn't get caught off. A lot of counter utility comes through. Jo holds a really strong defensive from that Coffin's position, 13 and 4. He's putting up some big numbers for the Belarusian team. And hyper aggression down mid. Look at this play.
Nilo getting the worst of it. Box taking him down towards the second mid position, dropping easy as that. Secondary kill coming in from AWP of Manin over on the other side of the map. Joe's focused here towards the banana control. It's a dry face in for Fozzy, which he can win out. But now quick rotations in from the CT side. I think they will get caught blinded by those flashes posted over. The bomb can make its way to the site for a plant, but 4 versus 3, it's a man advantage for the retake.
Now, things are looking pretty good here for the CTs, but they're just pushing through with the NWP. What is Speedak doing? So over-aggressive. And now we go back to a 3v3. Spam does come through the smoke from the CTs, though, to give them the advantage back. Alex going to be able to at least deal with one in the post plant. Numbers going back and forward between the two sides.
Got no grenades. They can't take out Sapek. Alex waiting back on the coffin, ready to crossfire alongside his man. Box detects it, takes the kill. Alex with a spray, makes it a double, and wins out the round for his team. 1v2 for a 3k clutch, and the Young Ninjas keep us within 1.
That's poorly played from Nemiga. They start off the round beautifully. They get a couple of opening kills, aggressing down from second mid. Having a look at those odds from Paramatch, though, even with the scoreline at just a 1-round differential, they are still your heavy favourites at 1.38. So get your bonus for the first deposit, click on the banner below. But I was a little bit surprised, Jay, how aggressive JO was playing that after they had a couple of man advantages, and then Speedak's just pushing through a smoke.
Spray through, Alex getting Lollipop again to open things up for the T side. Taps through towards Banana Control, and it seems to be hit and miss towards mid and second mid for the Young Ninjas side. Banana Control conceded. The CTs do back off. They have lost the man advantage this time, though. So Young Ninjas going to work off the back of the default, continuing to press up towards Banana. AWP is Speedak forced even further back as he has no info on where the T's are striking. He suspects there might be some presence in apartments.
A decent start from Young Ninjas. Opening kill and a lot of damage done onto Box, but they have taken a fair bit in response on Sapik and Alex. And look, the standing's been super impressive today, not only in that best of 1, but also in that last round for the clutch of a 1v2. Stepping in for their in-game leader, who is playing with the main team, both yesterday and today. Aggressive play with the AWP out towards a quad position, good shot back, and he even gets back towards the site and is able to escape.
Quite a better angle to work with on the A defensive, but they have conceded long control, which is where Alex is playing from. This AK being very quiet about his own here, putting the smokes down to try to sell him on an A play as the wraparound comes in towards B site. It's going to be a B split. Will Joe recognize this? Will he think that there might be a CT player? He might hear the footsteps from here. I think he might know.
Yeah.
Swing on Alex, 34 HP. He evades it and gets the kill with Sapek to follow suit on Box. 4 versus 2 for the Young Ninjas as they clean house against Nemiga and continue to keep pace. 5-all now. They've finally equalized against the Belarusians.
Wow. Okay, that was pretty explosive, pretty exciting. One of the first times I've actually seen some sort of wraparound play, and it's Alex going through Speedway. Now, footsteps get heard, and you think that this should be a pretty easy duel for JO. Alex is relatively low, and no, the AK wins out the fight, and then we see Sepik getting involved too with the entry towards the B site itself. Speedak and MDS have got no option but to save. A couple of rounds in a row now for the Young Ninjas, tie up the scoreline at 5-5. This has been quite the contest between the two teams so far in the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, a good reason why I guess you could say those odds were so close and why they were slightly favourite to Nemiga, because, well, I mean, this is the Ninjas map pick, which is a slightly encouraging and disappointing sign, obviously, with their map pick not going so confidently for them. But against a team like Nemiga, for them to hold their own, like, this is a really good showing from this team. You know, like, the Saw result could have been written off as a best of 1, so anything can happen. But, like, in a best of 3 context, like, this could really, really bolster them going forward. Falling back out towards this banana position. It's Manin with that kill on Joe. Opening things up for the Ninjas this time. Very broken setup on the CT side, so they only use a pistol. But that AWP falling for speed, that could be a bit of a problem.
Now, the one thing that surprised me the most about the Young Ninjas is how confident they are with some of these duels. I would have thought against teams like Nemiga and Saw that they would have sort of played with like a respectful style, but they're actually playing with no respect. They're playing with a lot of confidence. They're playing their own game. Flash out towards the B side. Box doesn't quite see anything, but he sees the utility coming forward.
Only block on that smoke. MDS ready for the face in. Completely dry. Gets only one. 5-7 a box can drop that bomb though. 55 seconds. He's to be left with the lone defender of the site. Still gets a kill on Sapek. How has he done that? Fozzy doing damage further face in. The AWP does drop, and the bomb can't get picked up. But Box repositioning. They think he's still there. Coffee, and he wins the fight on 11 HP. The B-side defender boxes them in, and that's Nemiga stealing one from Ninjas.
You know, CIS Counter-Strike just annoys me. It just confuses me. Like, you've just got so many players pushing through smoke. So Box pushes through a smoke with a 5-7, gets a kill, falls back, and then Lollipop 21k says, oh, you know what, I actually want to do the same, and then Box is working on the edge of the smoke. Wild, wild stuff out for Nemiga. To think that a 5-7 won in a 1v1 fight up against an AK. What a start, and what an even better return on round 12 opening pickup for the NWP.
Box following suit on Fozzy out towards the banana position. 1 HP for Box. The CTs have been getting away with some really, really low score lines, or HP lines, I should say. Staying alive so far in this map up, in this round for Box especially. Smoke set at the ready for Box to try and counteract them as they make their way onto the B execution. At least that's what it seems like. Hearing footsteps, puts that smoke up, not wasting any time, just going to try and suppress and stall for time.
Yeah, it was a nice find with the AWP of Spedek getting aggro, because he's gone for that pick a few times and hasn't quite been given the opportunity to take a AWP pick. Down to just 3 players on this T side, though. I mean, is B the best option? I mean, you've got a low HP Box. There's even a rotation coming through from Lollipop, though, so there's going to be 3 players at B.
Ooh, footsteps heard, I believe, from the Speedway position. Snapback shoulder back in DC Joe? I don't think he did, no. A Box will be the main concern here. SMG, close range of 1 point of health. If he gets away with even a dink or a tag, like that would already be impressive. Flash turned away from here, come the T side, and he lines up another kill. How is Box getting away with doing so much damage with so little to work with? One player back at Dark, not checked. Joe denies the bomb plant, 12 seconds for Nilo to recover it. And Lollipop there to clean house, clean up that last round, 7-5 for Nemiga. And again, I just got to give praise to Box, man. I don't know how he's able to do so much with his very limited sort of circumstances.
Yeah, the in-game leader of Nemiga really putting in some hard yards, right? I mean, you talk about the damage that he could potentially do. A dink, a little bit of tag would be great on 1 HP, and he even delivers onto a kill. The young ninjas have not been able to get a hold of the economy situation, so they're going to have to be on another Glock round, and not a lot of upgrades in. A flash out only tells me that it might be an apps pop. Try and see if they can waterfall out and get a bomb plant. Oh, that nade!
Well placed from Nemiga. Don't know how much info they got on the young ninjas, but either way, they've done a ton of damage, which might hurt things going forward into the hit. An eco round, so should expect to get cleaned up here. Lollipop gets that 1 kill. Speedak will trade together. MDS will get taken out, and Lollipop also falls to the overwhelming numbers of the T side. That bomb denied there. Speedak with the USP, looking for a quadra kill, and no, it's Joe. They're coming in from the short position to close out the last player, but even so, still nicely cleaned up. And again, shouldn't be expecting too many losses from the Nemiga side. 8-5, they've won the half. They continue to win the odds battle. I am shocked that it's that one-sided, to be honest.
Map winner, like, it's only 3 rounds the difference. I mean, you know, maybe put a little bit on young ninjas at 7-1. That wouldn't be a bad shout, actually.
Well, here they are aggressing further forward, and Nemiga, on the contrary, have found their way into a very good rhythm at this stage. Good shot in to open up on the spray through. Speedak there to close out a frag over towards the apartments. MDS has seen one towards short. He's going to get back up from both sides of the site. Lollipop in, sees Manon. I think he may have seen the second player. Fozzy will get the trade, pick up that bomb once again. But that's a 3-for-1 in favor to the CT side.
They're just not getting the same freedom they did against Saw. They're not getting these really crazy opening advantages. Alex, 1v4. They know where he is from the molly. And they're already starting to aggress down towards the bottom of Banana. Alex does find one, may on B for a little bit more, but no, the AWP shuts it down. Speedax are really starting to, you know, come alive. We saw him, get 6 kills or something in that first map, and now he's at 14 and 3. It's such a night and day performance from how he was, 20, 30 minutes ago?
And the Ninjas down to the last round of the half, going to suffer to the hands of Nemiga, it seems. Maybe those odds of Paramatch were a bit more justified than we expected, because we could be looking at a 10-5 half, especially with this buy being the way it is. 2 MAC-10s, a Deagle, 2 Galils as well. Not even an AK to work with here on the T side. Money is crippled, and well, they have got a defined default set in. I think probably it's just going to be a simple apps pop and a split in towards the A side. Smoke's coming down immediately, AWP in. Oh, what a quick scope from Speedax. It is traded very quickly. Box is still on site though. M4 holding, Lollipop there to back him up. There's 3 CTs here towards the site itself. 1 player on a backstab as well. They will get MDS to drop. There's still 2 more to deal with. Fozzy goes falling, and so does Alex. Last player left is Sapek, low HP. Box will burn quite a lot, but USP will close out the job. 10-5 to close out the CT half for Nemiga, and that is a very good half on their opponent's map pick.
Look at the kill distribution. Yeah, maybe MDS you can float aside, but between Speedax and Lollipop 21k, it's so close between one another from Nemiga. What a beautiful first half. They ended off with a really nice streak towards the end. They're able to get to double digits and putting a lot of pressure on the young Ninjas. And I think we've got to pick up our app, Jay. It seems like Paramatch odds are all over us. We might be out of a job soon enough.
Pistol setups from Nemiga. The defuse kit in for Alex over on the CT side, and very similar default actually to the first pistol round when young Ninjas were on the T side half. A little bit of banana control, 2 players up in the apartments. A little more aggressive this time from the Nemiga camp though, so that's a small sign of the CIS nature. And so far, the peeks in towards the banana control have been fruitless. They're playing very carefully not to give up any info to the CT side. But Joe will force the issue, give up some info, but take a kill back, almost getting a second, losing a lot of HP, but starting things off well for the Ts.
Both players there in the engagement struggled to actually win out the fight, but it's still a man advantage for the Ts. And it's going to be a pretty heavy lean out towards A, meaning that Alex is the only defender over at B. Ooh, Fozzy getting aggro in the apartments, catches off Lollipop 21k, unsuspecting aggression.
The kill found nice and easy.
Oh, they're going B.
There they are. And Alex is the only one to defend against it. He's going passive at the coffin's contact. He needs some backup to come
rotates,
quickly.
they know.
And they are rotating, yeah. 2 players on the way. First responder will be Manin. And Nemiga have slowed things down as the pushers come through towards mid. Look at Fozzy. He gets out of the backstab before they even execute to this. They should know what's going on from here. Smoke down, and Manin with an execution shot takes out MDS. Nilo boosted up to Flower Pot as Fozzy continues to backstab, and they spam through the smokes, doing damage. Nilo will fall. Alex on the back of the side. They haven't checked this. Joe back turn. So speed. That's 2 kills. And Box with 10 seconds to clutch it together. He took down a backstab player, but now needs to get the 2 players on the site itself. They got that bomb. Oh, that's a shot. 4 seconds. Sees Alex. Needs to fake the face real quick. And it's going to go the way of the Ninjas. Box in a panic, almost got it together, but too little, too late.
Whoa, what a read from young Ninjas. That's too slow for Nemiga. They end up backing off in the apartments and brackets control, lean over towards Banana, and as soon as they peek out from mid and they don't see anything, everyone starts to rotate over to B, back up Alex in time, and even have the backstab in from Banana. Great read out for young Ninjas, just converting the pistol. Force Fire coming out for the T side, and there's a lot of SMGs here for the CTs, and it's Box to strike with the first.
But once again, Nemiga getting off on the right foot here, trying to see if they can shut down Ninjas before they can do anything massive. Nilo with the SMG next up towards Boiler, trying to sneak in behind the Nemiga side. Flashes in for the apps pop. There's a Fama boost up top of the balconies. MDS has seen him. He's got backup all around him. Needs someone to get that kill down. Indeed, Fox will get Nilo as Fozzy will fall. And Nemiga, 3 kills coming in untraded. The Ninjas shut out of the A sites.
They're just everywhere. They are literally everywhere on this T side. Just when you think a backstab can come through to deny that bomb and just drop it, then there's a player coming in from the window position. Young Ninjas, do they go for it? Do they save? They kind of have to save, but at the same point, they're going to be on a force buy back. And there's even a backstab coming in from Box. He could cut off the rotations and make sure no one stays alive.
Simply back to the tree. Burst through. Box comes up with that frag. Taps up. Can't quite find the kill. Sapek moving in. Spray through. Gets the next kill back to return. To hold on to the rifle. Keeps something in play for the Ninja side. But pistol won by the CTs. Conversion stolen by Nemiga. And that means $1,400 to play with for most players on the CT side. This is going to be a force by a double eco to come through. So they're getting that from Austin. Does give a bit of bonus firepower, but Nemiga are going to be on a much better stance.
Yeah, they really are. And for Young Ninjas, what's the change up here? Stack over towards B, bring 3 players over. I would say aggression, but sometimes aggression doesn't quite work out with Deagles. It works more better if you've got SMGs, and well, they don't have any of them. Double nades up towards Banana. Look how quickly Nemiga take this Banana control.
Spam through on the Deagle, and Martin flashed out, blinded, turned around. His teammate's going to back him up, though. Continuing that spam against Box. Box still gets away with the kill. MDS following the trade of Sapek and get 2 for 1 for Nemiga. Bites up here is Fozzy into the second box position. Smokes will go down towards Cross and Coffins. And it's all left for the T side here. Flashes evaded. Shots missed out again. The first shot accuracy from these Deagles in this round has been poor from the CT side. And a 2v4 favorite to Nemiga. Nilo will try to see if he can sneak his way in, but I doubt he'll be able to do much here. This should be a 12th for the T side.
Young Ninja's struggling, Jay, and well, player has disconnected, so hopefully we'll get him back in server and get ready to go. MBS might be on for a little bit more money. No, the Deagle's actually able to find another kill. So just looking for exits here. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised they're looking for exits. They really need to at least try and save onto what they have, considering that was a force buy. 12 up for Nemiga. Now, this has to be a harsh eco for Young Ninjas. And there's so many parallels to the Nemiga TPT best of 1. They're up 12-6. They're running out of options here, Young Ninjas. They're probably not going to be able to convert round 19, so you're looking at 13 on the board for the Belarusians. I don't know how many options are left here for the Swedes because they're running out of them so quickly.
And again, to contrast to the best of 1, you know, who came in with more momentum? Was it the Young Ninjas who scraped by in overtime, or was it Nemiga that 16-9'd their way out of the nuke map? And this is Ninja's map pick, by the way. Again, they won against Saw on Inferno. Like that's a pretty impressive result. Again, best of 1, caveats apply, but that's still very impressive when you consider, you know, that it's Saw.
For sure. Yeah.
And the Ninjas unable to replicate those same results here on this map up. We could be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 if things keep going this way. We'll most certainly be looking at a 13-6 at this stage, and look at that from Lollipop. Stacked up towards the brackets position. No Ninjas making their way straight out of the gate. Lined up, sprayed down, decimated by the T side. And now the buyback comes through, but this is where things need to change.
Yeah, they need to change quickly. And maybe some of the kill numbers need to change. 3 kills for Manon in 19 rounds. That is certainly something not to be proud of, that's for sure. No AWP out for either team going forward into round 20, even though there was enough money on the T side to get Spedak on the AWP. And not quite on the CT camp, though. Young Ninjas going in for a play towards a short position. And Boost coming up towards Porch. And triple play from short, but look at the Banana contest. Again, Nemiga are taking Banana control, and they're not even taking any damage.
The nades, however, onto the CT side are doing their own damage, man, and just tanking one straight to the face. The Young Ninjas sitting pretty here, especially on that short control. I think they went for a very similar setup here with the 2 players on the quad area. Contact from Alex, swing back on the second player to try and get the trade if he does go down. 1 man to keep his eyes on. Alex gets the kill, and Nyla able to respond back and make it a 2-for-1 trade. Alex to 4, sprays through, continuing to hold their own against the CT side as they actually suppress the T side forces. Look at Box meanwhile. Manon heard that footstep, or did he? He thinks it's going to be a banana commitment, so this could be a backstab that works out well for Box.
Oh, it could be. And this could be timed so well. They need to deal with Manon. Smoke goes down. He does a lot of damage. There's no way he anticipates someone in the backline. This should be an easy kill, but they still commit into B.
Sapek and Speedak to fall. And those two kills on the CT side might secure themselves a chance here. Proc still lurking. Manon seeing him though as the smoke starts to clear. Bit awkward timing there. I think they should have waited for Box to try and execute against them rather than trying to face together. Nemiga showing those signs of miscoordination, but it is 1 round out of the 7 that Young Ninjas have won. So will they replicate those mistakes going forward? Well, they've just made the worst of them there. So buyback coming in the AWP, the AKs. 2 rifles saved in for the Ninjas. No AWP for the CT side.
I think a little bit cocky there for Nemiga. They just needed to play passive towards the top of Banana, and that backstab should have come through with at least a kill. But the flames towards the top of Banana is actually the one to find the opening damage, the opening engagement. Sapek's been seen too. He needs to fall back. He needs to hold on to his life. He ends up fighting Jo. That's one way to get a 4v4.
I got very lucky with that one with the flashbang. Crosshair was placed perfectly so we could just pull the trigger and take the kill, but 4-on-4 gained, and the Ninja's still taking a lot of damage. Like that HE and Molotov combo down towards Banana not only took the kill on Manon, but it did as much as it did against Sapek as well. The Ninjas will be hurt because of it. Nemiga playing in towards Banana will fall back out position as they go quiet. 2-2 split from the Ninjas side, so no matter where Nemiga go, they've got to deal with the same amount of resistance. Which side do they value more, A or B? It looks to be A for the moment.
Look at the util basis. The B players have used absolutely everything, while for the A site holders, there's actually a fair bit between them. A smoke and an incendiary down for Fozzy and Alex. Util coming through. Straight commitment coming up for Nemiga towards A.
Fozzy on site, Alex back in mini pit, Molotov towards pit, broken wall. Box may catch up one player in towards the library. No, he goes down as Alex gets a kill back on MDS towards the short control. Looking for a bit more. They know the 2 players that are close towards the site. And 20 seconds, they're backing off here. Is this a save call or a quick wrap towards the B site? I don't think they've got time to even go towards B. So yeah, they're holding onto their weapons. Nemiga meeting a couple of trip-ups here in the last couple of rounds.
That's not a bad shout. There's not a crazy amount of utility, or of money here, I should say, for the T side. And 2v4 with the time low, knowing how quickly the rotate came in from Library 2. Maybe if Box was able to deal with Sapek rotating in, then they probably still commit for it. But just opting to save onto those weapons. Probably be a force up for the rest of the players too. Box might be on a Galil unless someone chucks him over. What does he get? Yeah, he does get a Galil. And Nemiga, they have been at 13 for a couple of rounds, but it has been a few in a row now for Young Ninjas.
2 in a row so far. And damage has been substantial, but not too deficient, I think. Nades up, AK in for Sapek, very aggressive peeking. Not even a flashbang was thrown there. Second flash from Manon will allow Nilo to get the trade back, but still, needlessly aggressive from Sapek to lose the 4 versus 4. It could have been a fight before they weren't careful. The 2 T-side players, though, peeking up and going dry, and still didn't account for Manon. They knew he was there, and he lines up 2 more. Low on kills all games so far, but that 4K gets the 9 for the Ninjas.
Yeah, look, Manon's really starting to have some impactful rounds, Jay. That was a big one right there. Unfortunate that the AWP that gets picked up, I think, by MDS was actually blocked by Lollipop 21K in front of him. Nemiga getting a bit complacent. I mean, find that opening kill, gets traded back to a 4v4, and then they just decide to rush out towards a B site. A little bit spread between one another. And now going to be on an eco. Young Ninjas, well, they're on a bit of a comeback here, Jay. Ooh.
Nemiga suffering now as a result of it. Damage being done. HE's against most of the players there towards the banana control. Well, the smoke's down to try to block them off here, but it looks like Nemiga just going to go straight in for the Visa. XE. Deagle of Box lands that first, not that second. Sapek can trade at the Molotov will stop them from making their way further forward. So getting rid of weapons, got many more players to deal with. The spray is awkward and it does get traded at the end. No smoke to cross. Incendiary goes down instead. MDS though going to catch off Nilo in the bag lines. And that siphons them off. 1 player per site. Ninja spread real thin.
This could be twice now that Nemiga win an eco round. Alex is completely alone over towards A. He should start to hear some of these footsteps cool in the rotation. Finds that first kill, the second, and now it's down to a 1 versus 1. But look at the time Lollipop 21k has to play with. Fozzie's still on rotation out from Speedway.
He's not going to waste any of that time either. Just go straight in for the plant, get out towards the apartments. And Fozzie getting no info on it. It's a default plant. So Lollipop can reposition back towards the short control. We can also play out of the apartment's entrance. He's expecting Fozzie to aggress him. He's got an incendiary and a flash. Did anyone drop a smoke for the CT side? And Incendiary might force him back over towards the boiler position though. Checking out position, he can go for the full 5 seconds here. I don't know if Lollipop can get to him in time. Stick in the bomb, stick in the bomb. Lollipop's got a swing. He makes noise and Fozzie gets the kill. But has Lollipop stalled for enough time? I don't think so. It's the Ninjas with a 10th.
Oh, that's well played. You could not have played that any better from Fozzie. Reading that he's pretty much cleared out most of the site. He's got into Graveyard. He puts the molly down towards the apartments. And Lollipop 21k, he can't force forward over that molly. Has to come out for the short control. Not sure if he's sticking the bomb or not. Gets off the bomb, adjusts to the kill to get back on it. And yeah, maybe it was an eco, but Nemiga, they had a really solid chance of winning it. And you've got to give credit over to Alex. That was a 3v2, and he held wonders at that A site.
And look at the utility damage being done to Nemiga. I think about 4 rounds ago, they were putting HEs and Molotovs down to the top banana position that was doing damage to the CT side, about as much as they're taking now. The Ninjas have found a rhythm. Nemiga have lost theirs. The AWP and man, and seeing that jump face, Joe's hoping to try and isolate a kill, and the shoulder bait eventually forces out the AWP shot, but it doesn't allow a commitment just yet for Nemiga. They're thinking of backing up.
It's the first time we've actually seen a double AWP set up in this first map, and even in the best of 1 coming out for the Young Ninjas, they never had Manon on it. Now, we've certainly seen in some of his previous teams, Jay, that he is a pretty capable AWPer and certainly a bit of a hybrid that does pick up the AWP here and there. And playing out towards the B site, wasn't quite able to find anything, getting baited off angle. Util into brackets. Only 2 players here. They've rotated the 3rd player over to B.
M4's AWP in for Fozzie. He misses his shot and they can punish it for Nemiga. Is that the way into the site? Got player at pit, player at site. They haven't checked pit though. They think it's all clear. Alex gets 1 kill, continuing to burst through. Finally, Lollipop makes his way in for the backline. But then line up, the spray comes through for Nilo. Gets it to a 2 versus 2. And the plant can come through. It will be a retake for the Ninjas, but he's brought a serious chance for Manon and Sapek.
AWP firing away, trying to see if he can get a bullet down towards that mini-pit position. Manon and Sapek trying to see if they can clutch a big swing out from JO on the site, and now it's just down to 1. Lollipop swings out for the pit angle, and a 14th goes up on the board for Nemiga. The money for Young Ninjas, it's not looking good at all. They are able to invest into an AWP, get that M4 forward, but Alex and Madden are going to be on Deagles and an MP9 to follow. That comes at the cost of investing into a double AWP setup, Jay.
Yeah, heavy buyback from the Ninjas. Nemiga with a Mac 10 still on MDS, which could actually work well for them because they've got Lucky Ahead, Kevlar on 3 players for the CT side. Fozzie's one of them, and he gets that opening kill though. Speed active 4. Alex gets boxed with the Deagle. Okay, this might still work out for the CT side. Manon does drop in towards the apartments. That's a way in. Hearing information on the players here, still towards the apps control. Lollipop has that smoke up and he's going to wait for his teammates to make their way in for the short split. Still got Nilo here. Molotov in, going to swing back. Is Lollipop even going to be aware already of the potential? No, he's not. Turns away, expecting a flash. AWP close to sight. MBS does get the trade. Ooh. Player at pit falls to Joe. 2v2 retake now.
They've brought this back on the T side, and that molly, that's going to give away the position now from Sapek. And trying to burst away, trying to pull some distractions as there's a bit of a backstab coming in from the apartments by the looks of it from Alex. MDS and JO, AWP in the post plant 2 for the T side.
It's got to be the main man of this retake here. Flashing, Sapek in, swing out the SMG, trying to go for it. MDS takes him down. AWP back aside, isolated, tap through, forcing Joe off angle, doing some damage, but can't quite seem to find the kill. Is he ready for the player up to the left-hand corner? Spray through, catches MDS, does some damage, eventually comes up with that kill, but times tick too far. Alex has not got a kit, and Joe's just hiding. He might go up with the bomb. The knife's out just for one extra kill for money. But it doesn't win him the round. Nemiga with 15 now on that point.
Oh, I think they've done it here, Jay. There's just no money. There's absolutely no money here for Young Ninjas. Yeah, that knife might actually allow an M4 to come forward, and it does for Alex, but what else do they have? Pistols for everybody, and the Nemiga are going to realize how crushed they are. This is 2 rounds in a row in which they had some pretty big disadvantages, Jay, and they've brought it back. They are really starting to punish now. 15-10, they are 1 round away from going into their map pick 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, force up from the Ninjas, can only afford the pistols. 1 M4 for Alex. To force the issue here towards the banana control, and with the way the bananas worked out for Nemiga, this could be the best way the Ninjas could try and shut them back down. The smoke's missed out though, and they charge straight forward. Take that first and that second, and that might just seal it. Manon alone with a CZ. 9 kills so far in this game, and no more than that it seems. 2 standing, the Eagles for the retake. And it looks like Nemiga are going to go 16-10 up here on the map pick of the Young Ninjas. And I can't say I'm too shocked. I would have hoped Ninjas would have won their map pick, but this team is on another level here in this tournament, so have to take it on the chin and try to figure out how this side is going to outplay them on Nuke.
Yeah, that's where really the complexions start coming forward, is once we go into Nemiga's map pick. And Nilo doing everything he can to try and bring this in his favor, but not going to happen. A 1v5 attempt. Does get away with 1 kill, but that's all that he's going to have. 16-10, what a result out for Nemiga. And look, you know, it was a bit of a challenge. It wasn't a breeze. It wasn't a walk in the park. We did see some competent rounds coming forward from the Swedes. But for Nemiga, I think that map right there really starts to prove the skill differential and experience between 2 of these teams.
Absolutely, and it is one of those things where it's like, you know, coming into this matchup, Young Ninjas were always going to have to try and get through all that, you know, and it's always going to be an impossible task. I think that honestly, given the fact of who they are and the fact that they are very new sort of entities to the scene, like they're still doing a pretty all right job in my opinion, you know, like they've actually had a decent showing for, you know, not only the best of 1, but also this map in the best of 3. If they can get a good showing on Nuke as well, that would be positive, I think, for this team, because again, the main concern for them is not going to be about winning and losing. It's going to be about showing up and being able to try and earn your spot as the next call up to the main MIP side.
Well, look, they've only played 31 maps on HLTV now so far. You've got an Nemiga side that have been playing for years and years and years. Nuke is going to be the second map of this series. Nemiga's map pick. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more Counter-Strike action just after this short break.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Run for your fucking life. Watch out.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, a halfway decent effort there from the young ninjas, but not enough to take their map pick of Inferno. It's Nemiga walking away with a 16-10 result on the first map of the best of 3 series. And now the 2-0 is looking a lot more likely at this stage. We had a bit of faith in the young ninjas. We thought maybe this map pick was a good idea considering how they just beat Saw, but unfortunately, Nemiga coming in on better form today, and they have taken what probably might be the most important map in this series for the Swedes.
Yeah, look, you often find that maybe with the tier 2 teams, if they're on a similar skill set and one team wins out their opposition's map pick to start off a series, you're kind of thinking, okay, there's a chance that we could still go to 3, but look at this one in particular, and I just don't see it. You know, that was the chance right there for the young ninjas to be able to get control of the series, and I mean, the odds just already tell a pretty big picture. We haven't even started on Nuke. 1.2 up for Nemiga over at Paramatch, but look, they looked very decent out on Inferno. Yeah, we saw a couple of rounds being a challenge, and we saw young ninjas holding contention, especially knowing that they don't have an in-game leader and they've got a stand-in. But I think things get tougher from here, Jay.
Yeah, indeed they do. And just taking a look at Nuke individually, you know, obviously this is a map that we talked about earlier on, you know, how it's been one of those maps that has been lost to the likes of, you know, Sprout and the North, rest in peace. You know, like those guys, you know, are teams that, you know, are the teams that Nemiga are losing to on this particular map up, not the likes of Young Ninjas, whereas they've been up against Kova and SJ and Tricked, and they've lost against some of those teams in that particular position. The most recent loss was a Budapest 5, 16-7, which was just like, you know, you just compare and contrast the results, you compare and contrast the you know, the teams that they're playing against, and it's like, this is a win on paper for Nemiga, no matter what you say, you know. Like, I mean, it was a great effort from Ninjas to make it as close as it was in their last map, but unfortunately I just don't think that we're going to see a similar sort of result here on this one.
What it comes down to is normally, like, the teams ranked on HLTV from about 30 to 100 is normally kind of what we call our tier 2, roughly, right? And there are so many teams in tier 2 that put up decent results. And what it comes to the final sort of margin is that Young Ninjas have only just felt like they're getting some taste of tier 2 Counter-Strike, Jay. Not many officials have been played, not many best of 3s being converted into victories. And down a map in the series already, going over to Nuke, Nemiga can take this into, if they can strike, right here on Nuke.
There's pistol round out. Julie to Sapek. And Nilo taking damage early on for Nemiga on the T side. Start Manon will get that opening kill as they try and advance further forward. Box will trade out Manon as they make their way out towards the ramp from 3 players dropping. Fozzie's seen them all. Player towards the back corner, not protecting it, but they do manage to deal with it regardless. Damage done towards Lollipop. The 3 points of help, but the bomb plant is secured. 4 versus 3 favor to Nemiga. And now the retake for the Ninjas.
Nice and aggressive, fast out from ramp, the early one-on-one trade, and then they even clothesline Alex towards that lower bomb site. 2 players coming in from ramp on the retake from Young Ninjas. Fozzie out from Secret. Nemiga set themselves up quite nicely, but they do have Lollipop 21k down quite low.
There's MDS with a kill on Sapek. USP moving up as Nilo looks onto the back lines. The USP closing from the back lines here. Might get some exit frags because there doesn't look like the retakes on the table here for the Ninja side. MDS fighting against Nilo and 2 bullets left in the magazine. Does manage to get a kill away on MDS. But it won't mean much at this stage here in the game. Pistols going the way of Nemiga. Do lose 4 players for it, but the buyback should be good.
I wonder if we'll see a force out from Young Ninjas, because a couple of times they have just decided to go for like the harsh eco rather than forcing after losing pistol. A couple of players with Kevlar that obviously saved him from that last round. And yeah, they are going to go for the force. We see a scout coming through. A couple of scouts, actually. Nilo picking up one of them. Fozzie is taking the secondary one. And Speedak is on a Glock. He wants to get the AWP far forward into round 3 as quickly as possible. That is a bit of a concern for me, though, that he's got no investment going into round 2.
Focusing on future rounds perhaps, but at this stage obviously there's going to be a kill coming in from the Nemiga side. Much better firepower. CZ for Manon trying to sneak his way in. He's had a couple of okay pistol plays with that CZ in the last map, but here in this one, just getting away with that 1 frag on the anti-eco and the safe call called in for Young Ninjas, just keeping the rifles in check. The 2 scouts, the Kevlar, the helmet. 2-0 for the Nemiga side as they look to continue the domination here on the T side half.
I wonder whether Speedak will go for the AWP. He's just got enough for it. Needs to make sure that he's holding on to that Kevlar, though. And, well, considering Young Ninjas aren't looking to go in for the retake, it doesn't look like anyone else is going to be falling, unless maybe they go hunting. A 2-0 start on the T side. And we saw Nemiga actually having a pretty rock-solid T side against the TPT side. was it 10-5 half? Maybe see if they can replicate those kind of results going forward into this map.
Good 2-0 to open things up for Nemiga. Saw them have a pretty capable T-side half in the first map of the day, also the second map of the day, when they were taking on their best of one. The AKs, the Galils in on 2, a Mac 10 for box. Versus just the basics coming in from the Ninjas side. Shouldn't be seeing any investment. We have Manin playing into a HE, but that's about it. 2 USPs for him and Sapek with the same weapons on the other 3. The smokes towards outside. I believe those are the diagonal ones we saw from earlier from Nemiga. Yeah, that seems to be the case. So, I think they can just maintain the outside control. Scout shots not able to connect quite as well, doing a little bit of damage to Joe, but it's Manin the first to fall and Fozzy taking a bit of damage to return.
A pretty aggressive peek, try to come through from Nilo. See if they can just get a spam attempt, see if you can get lucky with a shot out from Secret, but not quite the case. The T's not being silent about it at all, dropping into lower very, very quickly, and certainly the Vents player hearing a lot of this information. P250 doesn't quite find anything. This eco is getting ripped apart so far from the CTs.
Nice and quick and efficient for Nemiga, and again B-side access. 2 players coming in from the ramp control, sprayed up by the AK that was out there. Nilo and Fozzy is forced out, taking damage, further being hunted. Mac 10 with a nice $600 kill. And the other CTs just left to fall back all the same here. Alex alone, 1 versus 4. Joe will deal with him. There you go, 3-0 for Nemiga. Seeming like a very simple affair from this T side to start things off, but this is where the rifles can come out for the Young Ninja side. And a moment to update ourselves on the power match odds, which, I mean, it's only 1.5 higher than the 7-1 that we had a little bit earlier on today, but still decimating onto power match. Remember, you can get your deposit by clicking on the banner below, up to 100% bonus here for some regions in the world, so definitely make sure you get your details and find out whether you can claim it, take advantage of that. Nemiga in towards inside, towards lobby, towards a very quick A hit, it seems.
Yeah, not a lot of utility here, but it's pretty quick and aggressive. The flash is over the top. There are so many players blind, and look how quickly the entries come through. Box and Lollipop just able to find the opening couple of kills. This should be an instant save. There should be no way in which Young Ninjas even think about trying to retake this bomb site. Nemiga. What a way to start off in the rifle round, and even Alex gets caught off.
Yeah, this is absolute decimation.
Oh, they're hunting as well.
Yeah, they're ripping them apart. And how quick and efficient that hit towards the A site came in. Like, you know, just weigh that up and how well Nemiga have just destroyed the Young Ninjas. Flash over, AWP looking in. Does connect on towards Lollipop at least. Further smokes. Any more kills? Flash over, catching him one blind. And he's as good as dead. Box to close it out. Free AWP if you'd like it. And the 4-0 for Nemiga. Max loss bonus for the Young Ninjas. No buy can come through here. I still want to force it, but yeah, this is looking even better than the first map from Nemiga.
Honestly, it's nice to see the Nemiga stickers. First time with the new RMR stickers coming through, Jay, that they've actually had stickers in the game. I know that Jo was quite chuffed about that on Twitter. I think like 20 seconds after the stickers got announced, he put them all on his weapons. But yeah, look for Nemiga making strides over the last 12 months and looking to make strides against the Young Ninjas squad. A 4-0 up on the T side, another eco to follow through. A lot of people going out from Squeak Door. The C side does find 1 kill, so decent amount of damage is done so far to this T side.
Oh, decent legal back from Fozzy though. Dealt with by MDS, still a player on the site itself. He lines up for Kalat with the Deagle, and that might turn things around. AK picked up, looking back towards Hut, looking on for Box, but Box shuts out a 3K. And that almost got together for the Young Ninjas. Imagine if Nilo's collateral Deagle had won them the round.
Yeah, like that was some missed shots out from the Deagles, but there was so much damage that came out that once the connection came through on the lineup, 2 kills went his way. Unfortunately, not quite the clutch. And Fozzy investing into the AWP. Young Ninjas need to just get a bit of breath here. See if they can make their way back into at least a round. Default Molly coming through from Speedak to try and see if they can force the CTs out into the open in the upper bomb site.
Just taking minimal damage as the vent dive does come through here. The default's working well enough for Nemiga to get the map control. Trying to fight against this first player out of the gate. Molotov to the right-hand side. May force it to peek in left, but it's Speedak to get the kill towards outside, upstairs on the silo boost. And a 5-on-4 gained for the T side. Maybe a bit more, yeah. Sapek dealt with by Speedak next, and the CT is forced to fall away. One player is creeping up towards the outside, aggressive. But from here, they're just going to try and hold on to these weapons for the CT camp. Again, another safe call being forced out. Look at Speedak, just popping kills left, right, and center. 3 for him in this round. And, well, no chance for the Ninjas here.
Speedak might even be on for a 4K. Ooh, got close to actually the adjustment. You know, that was his, like, first kills of the entire map. He was 0 kills up until round 6. And then the one time he pops off is the round that pretty much he just takes in his own. Young Ninjas struggling. And look, it's expected, maybe not massively, but at least slightly, that they're going to struggle on this map. You know, it's not their map in the series. Yeah, potentially it's not Nemiga's strongest map in the map pool, but still, like, this is just domination. This must be quite the difficult affairs coming through from Young Ninjas. Look, they're taking a tactical to talk things over. They can't even buy here. They're going to have to eco around the M4 from Nilo, but I just don't know. It's early to call it, but it's looking like this map is already done, and we're only 6 rounds in.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel that sentiment. I don't know. Not looking good, to say the least. Young Ninja's going to have a serious turnaround. And this is their CT half as well, by the way, which is usually expected to be the one that wins. Even though it is a T-side meta, this map is still pretty CT-based. So seeing them not get off on a decent start, seeing them not get off on anything at this stage is just concerning for them. Make their way downstairs and towards the secret control for the Nemiga's aiming side. They've already done damage to Manon all on the start. And just these Deagles set in on a half-buy round for the Ninjas side. I mean, they could do some damage. And indeed, Sapek will get Lollipop, but now it'll be left to Alex to do the brunt of the defensive work here on the B-side play. Can recover an AK, at least for Sapek, but everything else is going to rest on this one individual as soon as he gets overwhelmed. Does get away with a kill, so that may set up a 4 versus 3 retake.
I might as well go for this. They've picked up an 8K, and now they're doing even more. It's down to just Box and MDS in the 2v4, but no one's checking the angle out from double door. Box finds 2 kills, and now MDS is left to clutch.
AK got to keep his eyes on both entryways. They're both opened up as well, so they could sneak their way into the site, and he'd have no idea. They're both going to come from double doors, though. It's all a case of timing. Sees that first spray through, turns back around, almost gets the spray to Fozzy, but Fozzy will win the fight, and there you go. Half by Deagles work better than rifles. Young Ninjas get their first on the CT board.
Well, not bad at all. What an achievement there for Young Ninjas on the eco to get their first round up. Certainly. Make sure that, check out Hellcase. It's a place for well-made cases and a lot of new content every month, so check them out. And use those couple of codes up on the screen to get a little bit of extra money in your pocket and a 15% refill bonus. I get the opportunity of having some really nice-looking skins, because I tell you what, Jay, like, there's a lot of skins in Counter-Strike. A lot of different ones, you know, some good ones, maybe not so much. But yeah, there are some nice-looking skins out there.
Ooh, drop in for Sapek, kill on Lollipop. Opening things up for Nemiga as Young Ninjas tried something a bit different when trying to regress, and they paid the price for it, unfortunately. Speedak will take some damage on towards the ramp campaign, and it does force Alex to go passive into the B bomb site. Got a teammate also in Man and sneaking up towards Secret, so there could be some potential for 2 players to defend the site itself, but they've got to rely heavily on Alex doing the most of the heavy lifting initially here, because they're closing in on him. The sprays through, blind. MDS does support the likes of Box, get the kill. 5-on-3 with a bomb plant to come through.
Oh, and even if they save, Chaos ready for them. Ooh, hang on a minute though. Maybe the save's off the table here. A couple of kills come in from Madden, and Young Ninjas probably think, right, this is our chance. But Jo is striking, gets that first pick and the second. They've got a save now. Madden might even have to try and go for this, considering that he now knows there's only 1 player at the lower bomb site.
He's gotten 3 kills, sees MDS though, and unfortunately the door opening just blocks off the visual. Couldn't get the spray together, so that's a 7th for the Nemiga. For Brazil, for the Belarusian core.
Poor. Tread lightly, Jay. At
Look,
least there's no Brazilian team here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, the closest you've got is Saw, so I'll be fine, I think.
He thinks.
XM on Sapek and Nilo, AWP for Fozzy. Sprays up already against the AWP, forcing him back away from position, so he's the hell out of dodge, unfortunately. Mannon's got to be taking the brunt of the outside control, which is where Nemiga could strike from here.
I really haven't seen a lot of outside presence from the team of Nemiga. We've seen a couple of times that JO's like lurked outside towards Garage or T-Red or even pushing down into Secret. But for the most part, it seems like it's more solo plays. AWP's already been seen to the Heaven play, and Lollipop might just get the best timing in the world. There's already a play towards Heaven, and the cities might not even know about this.
Zapek hoping to catch someone off of the roof, but they're all extended to the T half of the map. And Secret and Garage and Lockers. When Nemiga are playing from, Zapek going to have to do a quick 180 and try and deal with the oncoming T-side force. Smoke down at main, Molotovs onto the site, out from the Heaven players, and now they realize what's going on. Manon on rotation. 45 seconds left here. Speedak's going to reload, and the two players up from Heaven are going to try and isolate picks. Try to see if they can find anything from the CT forces, but it's literally like they've traded places here. And Nemiga are taking the CT positions, and the Young Ninjas have taken T-side positions. So flash into the site. It will be retake coming in from lobby and vents, and the plant can be secured for the most part.
It was looking like a moment that it could have just been a 5-on-5 post plant, but Box and Lollipop find a couple of kills. Now it's just down to Fozzy. How did all of these kills start to go the other way just so damn quickly? And he's even tried to go in for the clutch. I don't know about this one, Jay. I'd love to see this AWP save in. Spinak aggressing. They know the AWP's here. They're baiting him out. They could just try and hunt him down, make sure that AWP has no chance of being saved. Nemiga looking to get their 8th round. Good shot does come out from Fozzy. Can he hold on to it? Oh, he might be able to, actually.
I mean, given the fact he just got shut out of the hot position, it makes a lot of sense for him just to go back and save it. So that's 8 to the board of Nemiga. A pretty decent amount of damage considering, you know, what they're actually able to work with here for the Ninjas side. It was still a force buy, so that's going to mean the money's not there for them. But even so, the positioning was so awkward. And what's even more awkward is the odds so one-sided that Paramatch aren't even going to show us it. And click on the banner below to get your bonus for the first deposit. Only at paramatch.com. Deagle's out. Ninjas. Not really a lot of firepower to deal with Nemiga here.
Oh, there is a bit of an aggressive player, at least outside from Fozzy, trying to see if he can use that AWP to some success. Does get a tag out, there's already a player towards the right-hand side! What a flick coming out for the AWP! Even watching that in slow motion, that looks lightning fast.
That was brilliant. That was actually brilliant. I mean, that could have gone very wrong, but that adjustment was pretty spectacular, I want to say. And as well as that, his support with the tag damage being done and everything, like, that's done a mountain of damage to the Nemiga side. We've got Joe on 20 HP, Lollipop's on 1 HP. And now MDS and Speedak got to do the heavy lifting, and they're peeking together as the entry frags. The AWP trying to get an entry out here towards the ramp and the hell position. As Nilo holds back here towards the hot position, hoping that someone makes their way in from lobby. But for the most part, it is going to be a ramp spread and down towards the B site where Alex is lying in wait.
You say that, but they might go hell to upper now that Lollipop has got control of this lobby position. And yeah, that looks like it's going to be the play. Nemiga needs to be wary, especially with these players of low HP. If they can get a couple of mollies down towards the site, that would be great dealing with the players towards back default.
And then, is he ready for Heaven? Yes, he is. Watching and waiting. Can he adjust against MDS? Ooh. No, the spray is awkward, and MDS comes up with those 2 kills nice and easy. And Nilo, well, he might not be ready for this lobby player right here. This could actually be a very awkward set of a knife kill, perhaps. Deej Joe takes him down. Speedak can find the trade, actually, so I'm not even going to give the opportunity to the lobby player. So Alex left alone, grabbing that orb that was dropped earlier on. And keeping it in play for the CT side, or at least he'll try, but there's Lollipop to take him out, so nothing stays in for the CT side. And Nemiga continue the hot streak, 9-1 to the T-side board. And the Ninjas, I mean, well, you said 6-0 was close to map end already, and it's like, well, I mean, at this stage, where do you go from them if you're the Swedes?
Yeah, look, I think this is the perfect opportunity to just, you know, get experience. Probably not look at winning this map, but maybe doing something that you did in scrims that you haven't done in official. Try something a little bit unique. Try something a little bit more aggressive. Smokes towards outside, and I mean, for Nemiga, their opportunities here are endless. They can go in towards Secret, down towards a lower bomb site, start to take some control towards Garage. It looks like a lot of players are crossing in towards Secret, and again, the opening man advantage is found. It almost feels like every single round Nemiga are finding the first pick untraded.
And the trades don't come in any time later either. An attempt from Sapek. That's damage towards Speedak, but Speedak comes up with the kill, and the fight from Nilo does take Lollipop, but Lollipop does so much damage towards him as well. Down into the vents, back up through the Vox, sees where Nilo's at, and eventually Nilo can get dealt with by MDS as well. Plant, easy open. Ninjas do have themselves a setup towards the vents and the lobby position, but Fozzie's got to get boxed first and foremost. Does manage to find that kill, but 3v2. Joe's also got to get caught off guard, and that's a little bit too over-aggressive from the likes of Alex. Fozzie, 1 versus 2. It's best for him to save, and I think he knows about it. No kit in play either for the retake, so even if he was able to get these kills quick, I don't think he'd have enough time.
I suppose the one positive, I don't think the players will be thinking about it right now, but maybe the coaches, is that, look, they're in the upper bracket, right? So even losing this best-of-3 series, they've still got a chance to play tomorrow to qualify for the main event. And Nemiga, though, or at least qualify for the playoffs, I should say, of the main event. And Nemiga are 6 rounds away from doing so in a pretty simple fashion. And by the looks of it, and showing their dominance over the course of the best-of-1 and in the best-of-3 on both maps. I wonder who's going to be the next challenge for them, Jay, once they do get into the playoffs, if they do so. Which we're pretty much leaning on at this point at a 10-1 scoreline, looking the way the rounds have been so far.
This is decimation by all accounts. Box, Nilo back and forth, but mostly 4th for Nemiga. Decent 3 versus 2 game with some damage being done to several T-side players. And actually, this could be recoverable for the Young Ninjas, I want to say. Taps up from Box, though, up at Heaven. Gets one player. Manon does trade. He gets the bomb control and the rifle picked up. Joe Known spray through, doesn't catch him. The nades up. Past the smoke, he'll try and hide. Box will try and hunt him down as well. Very overly aggressive, which could end up costing him his life. And Joe there for the quick trade. Keeps himself alive at 3 HP. And again, Ninja's doing a decent amount of damage given the fact that they are, you know, they're losing... You know, given the fact that they haven't really got much to work with overall, you know? So, like, it's actually not too terrible, but also not great.
Yeah, look, you look at the scoreline, if you're just joining the stream now, and you're probably thinking Nemiga have absolutely slapped Young Ninjas around, which they have in some rounds, but, like, it has been close in some of the rounds. Like, there has been, I want to say, 2 or 3 rounds so far in this first half where you've looked at it and thought, you know what, this is winnable for Young Ninjas, and it hasn't been. You know, they've lost the clutch, they've lost the advantage, whatever it may be. So it's not as if they're playing poorly, it's just that they're getting simply outclassed. Nemiga, I mean, even you just look at the money that they've got on this team. I mean, Jo might even be on for 16k if he doesn't go down at the end of this round. Like, there's just so much funds.
The Ninjas have put a decent amount of heart on the Nemiga side, but not enough to deficit them significantly, and definitely not for another good buy in the next round, so. 55 seconds to the clock, and they found Nilo. 2 could line up. Lollipop actually takes, Box takes down Lollipop, I should say, actually. Assisted by the CT damage, so a 3-on-2 actually does work to the favor of the Ninjas side, and Manon close out a double. Okay, a couple of missteps there from Nemiga, ultimately costing them, but the Ninjas able to set up a second round.
Not bad at all. Let's see if they can gather some momentum. Not too many rounds left at the end of this half, but there's some wiggle room for sure. If they can get to 4, I think they'll be quite satisfied with how they recovered the situation. Nemiga, though, how do they respond after just taking a lost victory? And Fozzy playing outside, very, very passive. Fake smokes outside. How many people commit to it? Looks like it's just going to be a lurk play of 1 or 2 players at most. I thought it might be a little bit quick here, at least towards this ramp control, and it looks like it is from Box, but it's a lobby crunch coming through from Hut and Squeaky.
Only pop my Box, wasn't expecting that either, so that's 2 kills, nice and easily found. Damage being done to the AWP as well. Further flashes, going to try and strive Speedak away. At 4 HP, he's got no choice but to fall back, and that's exactly what he's going to be able to do. Man in. Seeing Joe, smoke back, he still forces the issue forward, and Alex is there for the trade. I have to say, Young Ninjas have looked a lot more coordinated in the last couple of rounds compared to the entire CT half, and I have to ask, where was that, basically, for most of this entire CT side? I realized that Nemiga was schooling you for the most part anyway, but even so, that's some... It probably could have gone a bit further if they were able to get it out earlier, you know?
Well, I mean, dominant rounds right here. 3 on the board. Hardly any damage is done. Probably more damage done from that incendiary than anything else.
Yep.
But look, do make sure to check out our great betting partners of Paramatch.com. Get your bonus on the first deposit. Click the banner below. And certainly for certain regions, you do get the 100% bonus deposit. So do make sure if you are an applicant for that region to get involved. And Nemiga, look at what that's even done to the economy. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that we saw Jo with so much money, and now we've got a couple of Mac 10s out for the Thieves.
CT trying to regress. Look at this from Joe. Look at this from Joe. Catching the second headshot in the midst of the smoke with an awkward spray. One player up in rafters could be a bit of a problem indeed. Does drop. Got a Zapek here to drop the bomb as well in the hot position. The trades go back and forth, but they are favorable to Nemiga. It's all Fozzy. He's found that first. He knows where the bomb is as well. Incendiary's back as they try and make their way down towards the ramp position. And that AWP's ready as well. Look at Fozzy. He's so ready for this, but they double bluff.
Yeah, I like that. That could have got awkward very quickly if they go out towards ramp. And unfortunately for Fozzy, that was just a bit of a misread. Nemiga fake that they're leaving lobby to go out to ramp. Fozzy's down towards low up. Can maybe try the wall bang to top site, but what other options does he have? He can't save. It's round 15. He's got to try and go in for this retake.
Fozzy on a quick rotation out from the secret position at AWP. Ready to receive. Flashbang in from Main. Will give away his angle. No info on the player to the backside. No info to the player at the corner. He suspects that Box might be there, though. Sees the wallbang's coming in. Box is close. And that no-scope actually landed to the leg shot, but not enough to get the kill in this one. 12-3 for Nemiga to close out the T-side half. A monster T-side half as well from them. And Young Ninjas, well, I mean, they've given it their best effort, but it's not really been to standard.
Jo just didn't even give a damn in that last round. I mean, just running out Squeaky. And Nemiga have got the opportunity, this kind of dominant affair in this many rounds up, to kind of play like that. But they have been pretty... how do you say it? They haven't been cocky. Like, they've actually taken this really seriously, even though it has been a really one-sided performance. I do give them credit for, because there's always an opportunity of a comeback. Fast play outside from Young Ninjas into the secret position. Unfortunately, that bomb has been seen with a large majority of players, and Nemiga know exactly what's going on, but there is a lurk play out from Squeaky.
USP of MDS looking to try and track the kill out here towards the main site. Speedak's getting a couple of kills as Young Ninjas actually do work towards the outside control. This is a very weird duel. I don't know what to say to that one. Finally, Alex takes it down. Speedak's on the retake, though. He knows where one is, but he can't get Zapek to drop. So down on the lower site, good bomb plant coming through from the Ninjas to get that pistol. And finally, something seeming to go right for the Swedes.
Yeah, looking pretty strong there towards that lower bomb site. Opening kills were great. And look, even though Alex doesn't do that much damage, he just wastes so much time in for that retake from the CTs. Forced by coming in for Nemiga, not looking to harsh eco to get the rifles forward. And no SMGs. We've seen this before from Young Ninjas. Spidak outside, sees that first player, and gives the info over to Box.
Deagle, or not doing as much damage as they'd like to here, not taking the kill. I mean, they've done quite a significant done to Zapek, but Speedak to drop to 5 points of health. And 2 players coming in from the secret corridors. Up to them to try something and get these frags back against the T-side players, the Ninja side. And there's Joe with a swing and a hit. Scout out for speed. Axe spotted. Is going to get dealt with. Joe does double up, though. Another Deagle in box is still sitting back here. Bomb is in danger as he starts to swing up. Could grab one of the rifles. Is that an AK to work with? Yes, it is. Okay. Now they've got some firepower here, and they're still playing towards outside. You're going to hear that drop in. See that one player take the execution. Not going to get a bit too greedy. 3 on 2 now, gained by Nemiga.
Yeah, he could have waited for a little bit longer there, but realizes, here's my chance right now. Or the SMG. Oh, surely he saw the player getting to heaven. And yeah, there it is. Fozzy falling. And now Manon 1v3. Couple of cheeky plays out from the city side, and Young Ninjas just don't expect backstabs at all.
Absolutely not. Box is isolated so they can get that 1 kill and take him down. And Manon will just look to get the bomb plant here. Close to the backside. Now just got to worry about the players coming in from ramp. Sees them both. Tap through. Get the kill. Can he get the last kill on MDS as well? No, he's tagged to 4 points of health. Flashbang in, continuing with the tap. Keeping him blind. He manages to clutch it just by the skin of his teeth. 1v3 for the man. And the 5th to the board of the Young Ninjas. Nice efforts there for Nemiga, though, to have done as much as they did. It was a force buy round, so it's not going to lead towards a reinvestment. But even so, the money's going to be crippled for the Swedes.
Oh, it might do. I reckon Nemiga buy here, knowing that they took down 4 players from the T side. Let's see if they do. No, they don't. Okay, that's slightly surprising, knowing how Nemiga normally buy. But look, it's certainly the safer approach. And going in for an eco could still do some significant damage. That's not a bad start.
Kill on Nilo. Sapex down to 58 HP. I mean, there's upgrade pistols across most of the board here. So even with the USP and for speed up, they could do some damage. Take down another good kill back on them. It's a Mac 10 that they'll drop, but still, that's just going to be like Kevlar and utility that you've got to rebuy. The Young Ninjas, they just can't afford to lose that kind of cash. And fortunately for Fozzy, he's going to take down box. Speedak will fall. Lollipop and Joe, therefore, left alone. Now just Lollipop in towards ramp as they crunch back in towards lobby. Take down every single player. And it should be a 6 for the Ninjas side. Pistol and conversions will be picked up. Do not lose more than a single player. And now within half of the Nemiga lead, can the Young Ninjas pull this back from the brink? Well, the rifles will be the ultimate test that stands in their way.
AWP being invested straight away up for Speedak. Certainly not finding the same amount of success out on Nuke that he did in the first map of Inferno. Something that we saw in him for the best of 1 as well. But it is a 12-6 scoreline. It is a 6-round lead. Hut Molly coming through from Fozzy. Actually, a lot of utility coming out towards that upper bomb side, but no commitment as of yet. Aggression outside from the CTs.
Man and down event dive already. It's Fozzy the first to fall to box. Nades through the squeak door, trying to clear out that position. I mean, they'll know that it's completely opened up, so you put it down there, but unable to get any kills or damage with that nade. 4v4 has been gained so far. That one concerning player towards the outside, that might be a bit of a problem. Indeed, man, and will get boxed. So back to the man advantage of the Young Ninjas.
And Omega struggling in this opening gun round and playing towards the upper bomb site. If JO is able to peek on each teammate contact, there could be a bit of a way here to find the multi-frag. Doesn't get checked. It does. The flashbang's perfect. MDS towards the back of the site's doing damage, but no more than just that kill. Knife coming in, but doesn't really matter. 7th round up for Young Ninjas. Okay. There could be a way back in to at least make this competitive, Jay. This is 4 rounds in a row from the Young Ninja squad.
Yeah, there's a light at the end of the tunnel for these guys. I mean, again, it would be another shock map for this team to be able to take Nemiga's map pick on Nuke, you know, one of those maps which Young Ninjas don't have a great basis on. Of course, to be able to beat out the likes of Saw earlier today. And, I mean, those 2 maps would already be impressive as it stands. The AK is outside here for Man, and the AK looking towards the garage area from the red boxes. Box has a deagle. Speaking of which, it's a half-buy round from the Nemiga side. He's ready for anyone to pop outside. I think he may have caught a glimpse on Manon, but unable to strike with a kill.
And Nemiga just trying to see if they can do some decent damage and try and limit that economy from the T side. Another upper hit might just come through. No molly for the hut position just yet, so Jay is able to just try and sneak for a little bit longer. He's the only player to defend this upper bomb site, however.
Oh, Joe. Gonna face in, man, gets the kill. 5-7 comes up with that one frag, no more than that one frag. Lollipop and Speedak. Now Speedak falls, Lollipop left for the SMG. 1 versus 4. And again, good effort from the Nemiga to try to do the damage, but unfortunately it's not quite worked out for them. Let's see what Lollipop can do as well with the MP9. If he gets even a kill out of that, then he's already going to bolster his money going further forward into the rifle buy. Oh, and does catch Manon off guard, so that's a kill. And an AK save from here. He could just fall back.
Yeah, not bad, is it? 2 kills, an AK. I mean, they're going to maybe try and go hunting, see if they can make sure that AK doesn't get saved in. Yeah, a good kill coming in from Alex. An important one, too, to make sure that Nemiga don't bring anything forward. And, well, you know what? It might be an okay time to get involved at Paramatch, considering it does look like we still got a bit of a game on our hands here on Nuke. And click the banner below to get all the information on how to get involved. I'd like to see a bit of a tactical, in all honesty, Jay, from Nemiga. It's better to have it now than when it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing them force out Nemiga. Yet to win a round on the CT side. Now they're going to try something they can do that just right here. NDS with 2 frags on the spray. Alex can find the trade. Damage has been done to him, but they keep together and take down Box next up. 1 player up ahead, and Lollipop gets that kill. And Joe holding close here against the AWP with the pistol out. Sprays through on the M4A1S, desperate to get a kill, desperate to get a headshot. Fozzy can isolate it. Speed that goes down. Got Lollipop still in the rafters, makes it a 3K. And a clutch to hold together for Nemiga. Finally, they get themselves started in the second half.
Yeah, but what is going to be the follow-up? Because there's like no money here for Nemiga. So many players went down. They'll be able to get a buyback, but there's going to be a FAMAS out for JO, an MP9 for MDS, and 2 kits on the playing field. In saying that, though, there is at least a bit of a counter-argument with Nilo's buy of just a Deagle. And played towards outside by the looks of things for the T side. And, well, for Nemiga, it might not have been the cleanest of rounds, Jay, but at least they get things started. Was that just a straight wallbang? I don't know where that came from. I have to check that lineup, because, like, he did not see it.
I think it might have been Speedak from back at the CT spawn.
Speedak?
Yeah, because he was over at the stairs area when the shot rang out. Literally, I've got the stream pulled up on the left monitor, so I just have to check the 15-second delay. Yeah, that was a bit weird. Joe, even weirder on the spot. And that weirdness may turn up to a 3K. Indeed, they all crumble. AK can get picked up. The AWP at the T side can't quite respond to it. And 2 versus 4 as eventually Joe goes down. Man and quick to fall in trade. And Fozzy to fall to Speedak as well. 14 to the board on the Nemiga. The Ninjas losing control of the momentum. They spent so many rounds to build up.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, especially on Nuke, is that you've got to give yourself some breathing room. You might establish a great comeback on T side, but if you don't have enough rounds, it's just not going to happen. And Manon buying down a Deagle, same for Fozzy, and I just don't see the point at all buying in this sort of situation, even anything. I don't know why they're just not blocking out this round. They're only affecting what they can buy going into round 24. Fast play outside, try and get a bomb plan, try and see if they can hunt down some of these CT players. It's getting crazy outside, but no one does fall, and Nemiga now get to 15.
Yeah. All 5 alive as well for the CT side. They found their form again, and they look to use it to close down the Ninjas here in round 24, up to map and match point 7 map and match points for Nemiga. The young Ninjas got to grind all the way back into OT. There's so many rounds to do it. The AWP's in, of course, for Speedak. No such gun will be available for the Ninja side, just straight AKs. Try and play real aggressive in towards that lobby and that ramp control. And Fozzy is just the first to fall. Man, it's spotted the end of the smoke for Box. He takes that kill, and it's just spelling every letter to the end. Nilo does find Lollipop to trade and stall for time, but to swing out even further against Speedak will be damn near suicidal. Is he going to get detected? Is he going to get shut down? His teammate's making his way downstairs to the B site. Meanwhile, swing, hit, kill, 2v4.
Oh, that's so disciplined for Speedac to hold that angle for so long. And like you said, 2 players left on this T side. Can they find something on the gap of this window? They do find one onto Jo. That's at least an opening.
Fox has got a full next though. If they can get him, they can set up a 2v2 in a very winnable situation for the Ninjas. They know that he's here in the observation window. Are they going to be ready for it though? Box at a very off angle. And Spat checks it. Plant now secured, 2v2, Nemiga up for the retake. This was a 4v2 a moment ago, and Speedac might not be ready for the next player. No, he is. Converts the spray, 17 HP, and Alex going to re-aggress from the same angle, suspecting both players to be coming in from the same position. Takes that 1 kill, needs to turn back to the second, but NDS lines up the spray, turns it into a 16 for Nemiga. And a 2-0 victory that gets them into the playoffs. The Ninjas have to play tomorrow in the elimination and decider matches. But for Nemiga, it's a huge 2-0. When we honestly expected that their rivals in Saw were going to take it as well. They looked real good today. And they looked like a team that was really on form and really sort of prepared to take today's challenge.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good sight to see what Nemiga are like against some of the stronger teams in the playoffs, but they looked really good today. They looked on point. Didn't think there were many sloppy mistakes. I thought Speedac's AWP, he just was so fundamental. Maybe not so much in putting up massive numbers, but just being consistent. And look, for young ninjas, I was actually impressed. This is the first time we've had the chance of casting them. I know that I've watched a couple of maps from them over the last couple of weeks or so, but they actually looked really good today. And, you know, maybe this is the era of like the young Swedes, right? We saw Giacchino going over to Fnatic. We're seeing ZTR now moving over as a trial up for the NIP side. Heat got picked up by Dignitas. You know, these like no-name Swedes that seem to be getting progressions into tier 1. And I really want to see what the development is like from this young ninja squad, because there's some talents on there.
Well, you consider the maps that they have, you know, 16-10 over on Inferno against the likes of Nemiga, obviously the overtime victory against Saw, like, that's pretty decent results, you know, like, they're not, you know, like, consistent and amazing, you know, if they were able to replicate those over and over again, then yeah, this would be a top tier 2 team, but it is one of those things, it's like, you know, we were expecting them to get absolutely decimated today because they lost ZTR, you know, we thought that's it, you know, this is one of the key elements of this team going out, getting the graduation, so for them to go as far as they have, I think is respectable, and they'll get that second chance tomorrow. Again, they will have to play in the decider match in the best of 3. Saw are taking on TPT to kick things off in tomorrow's action in the elimination stage. And I have to say, I was not expecting Saw to be at that stage in the bracket, you know?
Yeah, that's a big surprise. And for TPT, they could be rubbing their hands here saying, you know what, we probably weren't a favourite to do much in this bracket, but if we could take out Saw, God, everyone's going to be chuffed about that one. So, look, that could be a very interesting best of 1 to start off from midday CET tomorrow, Jay. 2 best of 3s, plenty of action, hopefully some surprises, and hopefully some good CS.
I think we'll see some good CS today, indeed. Group A set to open and close in 2 days as we decide the first 2 teams through to the playoffs of the European Development Championship. For now, though, congratulations to Nemiga for managing to make it happen because, I mean, again, you know, I had my doubts about whether they'd be able to do this, but very clearly stepping down from that higher tier division has worked out well for them here in the European Development Championship. That's all we've got time for you today, however. Again, as you mentioned, 12 noon CET is when the best of 3s kick off in the lower portion of the group stage bracket, so make sure you're tuning in here at twitch.tv/Eden Esports. We're going to talk you through all the action once again, and who are we? Well, I'm the Eternal Jay. My co-commentator has been Tweg, and once again, thank you very much for watching and for listening on behalf of all the production staff and admins here at Eden and Fantasy Expo. We'll see you back here tomorrow for even more Group A of the EDC.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.